morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are. Welcome to the day 3, the last day of the Crew Welfare Week. Today, Thursday, the 23rd of June. We have a number of sessions scheduled for the day. We have scheduled for the Seafarers Perspective, hear from our seafarers, hear what they think and what they feel, and then proceed with crew welfare best practices, crew abandonment, a panel discussion on crew welfare later on, and topics on crew travel, crew change, and nutrition on board. So we find, as always, the program to be of value to all the industry stakeholders. And now is the time to thank all our partners into this event, meaning all our speakers, panelists, sponsors, and of course, we would like to thank you all for tuning into this event. As usual, the event is being streamed. At the end, at the completion of streaming, the feed will stay there online. So you may revisit, if you wish, at any point in the forthcoming months, revisit the material and let's say recheck or validate what is being said here. And we would like to, as I said, thank you all very much for staying tuned. And without any further ado, I would like to ask you to proceed and commence with the program of the day. Thank you all and stay tuned. Hello, everyone. Welcome to this presentation on crew welfare, survey, analysis, and trends. We will be presenting within the next 20 minutes a survey conducted by Safety for Sea by the end of 2021, a large-scale survey. And we're going to analyze the findings of the survey. And of course, we're going to see some areas of concern. Now, for those of you who are not familiar of our work at Safety for Sea, we provide a number of services. The majority of these services are provided for free, and some of these services are provided for a fee. We operate safetyforsea.com, which is by far the leading portal worldwide with respect to safety and environmental protection. We provide a new report to more than 45,000 subscribers on a weekly basis and on a daily basis. We provide a number of paper editions circulated in more than 100,000 copies per annum, ashore and on board ships. We have special editions of magazines of posture control, soft skills, and crew welfare. We have tailored publications, surveys on an annual basis. We have a regulatory service. We run a number of large-scale forums, 4 sets of awards on an annual basis, and we run smaller events, of course, and we have a very live presence across a number of digital platforms. Now, the survey we carried out regarding crew welfare, our ambition was for a large-scale survey in order to enhance awareness, to engage stakeholders' communication, provide for the communication channels, and in our approach, in our view, to provide a structured feedback framework, which is, we feel, missing from the industry. And of course, get feedback and provide for benchmarks across the industry. The duration of the survey was a 6-month period. The actual participation was 1,241 ships and approximately 15,000 seafarers. This is by far the largest survey worldwide conducted on crew welfare. Unfortunately, one of the, let's say, lessons learned, this is not the first survey we're running, but we have to accept and admit our industry is a little bit shy and people do not participate openly in these surveys, despite all the good efforts made and put in place in order to make this survey a useful one for all the stakeholders involved. Now, regarding demographics, the majority of the participants were approximately half of these participants based in Philippines, followed by Ukraine, Greece, Russia, India, Georgia, Latvia, Romania, Croatia, etc. So you see there's not a huge representation, let's say, for example, of Chinese seafarers or seafarers, for example, based in other parts of the world, such as Africa and so on and so forth. Regarding the age groups, the majority of the age groups, if you add 26 to 35 and 36 to 45, this is approximately 2/3 of the participants of the survey. We have combined rank department breakdown. You see the officers, the majority of the participants were officers, less than 50% were the ratings. So we see that the ship type, the majority of the participants were based in oil tankers and bulk carriers. This is a specific, I would say, type of survey, to be honest, because we've seen other surveys with participants, for example, from cruise ships or from gas tankers, etc. And one of the lessons learned in this survey is that you can not necessarily control, but you can have a specific outcome as long as you have a specific, let's say, participant group. So we aimed for a mixed group of ocean-going ships, and you see that the chemical and product tanker, the bulk carrier, and the oil tanker, this is approximately 85% of the participants in these three ship types, which we feel was a success of the survey. Why? Because this is the majority of the ocean-going ships. This is the majority of the ocean-going ships. And if you have, let's say, a sample of 1,000 seafarers operating on cruise ships or operating in one ship manager, that would give you a very specific results at the end. You see the ship's age of the ships participated. The majority we see here 6 to 10, 16 to 20. If you do the math here, we have approximately 8% of the sample. So this is it's real life. It's only 1/5 of the ships relatively new, up to 5 years. And let's see a highlight of what we received. These are not all the questions. The questionnaire was a specific one. You can find the details, the full details, and all the answers and all the questions asked, and the detailed analysis of the feedback at the end of the presentation. We provide a link to the survey, and let's see some highlights. So we have a question regarding wellness here. How often do you actively participate in conversations on board? And the majority of the respondents, of the participants, replied on a daily basis. On the question of how often do you feel satisfied with your work on board, the majority, let's say, it's on a daily basis or frequently on a weekly basis. If you add these two figures over here, this is approximately less than 90%, but this is approximately 88%. So that makes sense, but here we identify room for improvement. No one, I feel, should be, let's say, forced to say, I feel satisfied on a daily basis. But we all understand that if we see, let's say, something on a weekly basis, there is room for improvement. On the question of how often do you feel that you can deal with your problems effectively, again, similarly to the previous questions, on a daily basis, that's 2/3 of the respondents. That's okay. And if you add on a weekly basis and on a daily basis, that's approximately 90%. That's a good percentage. Again, there is room for improvement. Over here, you see the 5.7% undecided, okay? And of course, you see the sample here, a number of the even 0.8%, we have to be honest, and we tend to, let's say, neglect, because we see that these figures may be, let's say, close to zero. 0.10%, here is 132 seafarers. However, given the global workforce of 1.6 million, the 0.8% of the 1.6 million this is something in the range of approximately 130,000 seafarers. We're talking about a huge number here. 13,000 seafarers. So we're talking about a huge number here. It's not a small figure. And what someone might say, you know, these numbers are significant. This is not the case. Even 1%, this is very, very significant. So if the global workforce is, let's say, 1.6 million, the 1% we're talking about, this is 160,000 seafarers. So these are the figures, and we have to live with that. Even 1%, this is a huge figure. On the question of how often do you wake up fresh and fully rested, you see the majority of the participants, again, if you add frequently on a weekly basis, on a daily basis, this is approximately here 80%. Again, a lot of room for improvement. On a very unlimited few occasions during my service, this is 10%. 10% more or less is undecided. So here we have a lot of improvement because you see the sample. This is a huge sample of seafarers. And again, we're talking about a large number of participants, and the global workforce is a huge figure. How often do you feel motivated on board? You see again, on a daily basis, that's 54%. Frequently on a weekly basis, plus on a daily basis, this is 85% approximately. So this is a good figure. But again, there is a lot of room for improvement. Undecided 10%, on a very limited few occasions, 12%, 5%, 1 point something percent never. So again, all our viewers are reminded, 1.6 million, the 1% is 16,000 seafarers. We're talking about huge numbers here. Communications. While on board the ship, I am being provided with written information about COVID. 93% approximately, the answer is yes. 7% leaves a lot of things to be improved. While on board the ship, I'm being provided with telephone support on physical, mental health. 80%. A lot of improvement ideas exist here. While on board the ship, I'm being provided with online support on physical and mental health. 70%. Here, physical and mental health is an area that should be prioritized, to be honest. Again, benchmarked versus the previous answers on the communication set. And while on board the ship, I'm being provided with in-person support when needed on physical or mental health. This is 70%. And well-being during COVID, I feel that I'm performing an essential role. Agree. This is only 2/3, and strongly agree. That's okay. But again, we feel there is a lot that needs to be done here. My health and well-being have been affected by COVID, 41% plus 9%. This is approximately 50%. Now, if you have a workforce and 50% of the workforce of our seafarers feel that their health and well-being have been affected by COVID, that's a huge number. That's half of the seagoing staff. That's half of the seafarers. My contract has been extended due to the pandemic. We all know we have the KPIs from the Global Maritime Forum. We've seen figures communicated across the industry. We know that this is a real life problem, and we know that the problem does exist, and it's a real one. You see the actual figures here. Strongly agree, and agree. If you do the math here, it's 60%. The majority of the seafarers. I feel demotivated and tired due to excessive workload. Here we have the fatigue issues, we have the workload issues. Agree and strongly agree is more than 53%. Now let's move to COVID. Crew changes have been affected. Absolutely, we know that, and as a verification, let's say, the survey agrees with that. to approximately 75%. Measures applied on board to control COVID spread have been welcomed by crew. Yes, you see approximately, if you do the math here, agree and strongly agree, this is in the range of 87%. Let's move to happiness issues. Satisfied with my current salary level and benefits package. Agree 58%, strongly agree 11%. If you do the addition here, that's approximately 60%. A lot of room for improvement, as you see, because this is 40%. The undecided disagree and strongly disagree. This is 40%. It's 60-40. So this leaves a lot of items for improvement. The overall score that you see over here actually works as a benchmark against other, let's say, issues that we're going to see later on in this presentation. I'm happy and feel valued in my current role on board the ship. Agree, 70% approximately, strongly agree. If you do the math over here, this is approximately 86%. I am happy and feel valued in my current role. That's interesting. That's the overall score. That's approximately 75%. Now, let's see the index analysis. And the index analysis can serve, as a benchmark here. The wellness index, the communication index, the well-being index, the COVID impacts index, and the happiness index. And you see the overall crew welfare index, that's 71%. We can benchmark this figure with future surveys that we intend to carry out. And you see the satisfaction level over here. The wellness index is leading, followed by communication, then by the COVID impact, then by happiness, and last by the well-being. A number of issues here. Welfare per seafarer gender. You see the huge gap. For us, this is a room for improvement here and an identified gap between male and female. Again, we are reminded, all of us, we are reminded that the participation of the female seafarers on a global scale is in the range of 1% of the global workforce, 1 to 1.5%. Now, 1% again, 1.5, this is approximately 20,000 seafarers, more or less women. The figure is going to rise in the near future, but this gap needs to be smoothened in the years to come. Welfare per seafarer's nationality. Those based in Philippines have different, let's say, satisfaction levels, to put it in that sense, compared with other nationalities. Again, we see here that the background matters. A lot of findings of this survey. People tend to, let's say, rely on indexes without identifying what is being hidden behind these indexes. So here there is, a lot of lessons to be learned. Background and seafarer nationality matters with respect to well-being. The seafarer age, you see a paradox here. In real life, those in excess of, let's say, 65 years tend to be more happy than the younger generations. Here we see that this group is less satisfied with the rest of the generations, and that's also something that needs to be followed up and further analyzed in the near future. You see the seafarer rank, officers are less satisfied than ratings and cadets. That's something that needs further follow-up. The seafarer department, deck engine and other, we see that those operating on a deck department are less satisfied. Probably that has to do with the workload, and there are a number of issues here that tend to, let's say, provide that end result. We see the welfare per ship's type. You see the oil tanker and the gas tanker being, for example, a little bit better than the chemical and product tanker. We see that the bulk carrier is better a little bit than container ship, but in general cargo, we see less satisfaction. And of course, if you go to other ship types, passenger and ferry, things are much better compared to supply ships and ro-ros. So ship type does matter with respect to welfare. And if you see the ship's age, 11 to 15, you see a lack of satisfaction here, again to 21 plus. And we see, let's say, above average satisfaction in other age groups. So the findings of the survey, as we need to recap on what we present, despite the high satisfaction level, the pandemic had a severe impact on seafarers. So that felt both the health and well-being that has been affected. The majority of the participants felt that their companies handled the crisis successfully. So this is more or less a generic outcome, but this is what we have as an outcome of the survey. The most common complaint was about poor internet connection. We're going to see these comments in the next slide. The majority of the participants identified the need for mental support ashore and on board. And of course, particular attention was given to the ways that needs to be employed to enhance mental, physical, and social well-being. Here is the list of the key areas of concern, starting with less, let's say, interest in these areas. It's only 3% identified the increased workload. But again, you see the majority of the participants, 1/3 of the participants identified the need for a free internet to enhance communication with families and friends. And of course, followed by improvement in the recreation facilities on board and so on and so forth. Now, lessons learned out of this survey. There's a lot of noise ashore and on board ships that needs to be taken out. There's a lot of bias in feedback provided. Depending on the background of a participant, there's a lot of bias, and we have employed additional measures in order to take out the bias and the noise, of course. Participants pool leading to specific findings. This is a very interesting because we identified that a number of parameters does matter. For example, the gender, the ship type, the age group of the ship, the nationality, and so on and so forth. And we see that the corporate culture makes a huge impact. For example, how many companies were participating in a survey? If you go, for example, to one large, let's say, ship manager operating, let's give an example, 200 ships, and let's assume that they employ, for example, 10 nationalities. Even if you do the analysis of these internal findings and you benchmark across other, let's say, fleets, you're going to see significant differences and deviations, to put in that sense. So corporate culture does matter. Corporate size and crew pool size normally goes undetected in smaller surveys. We have the ambition to carry out a larger survey in the year to come. We see that flags employed goes undetected, and participation is less than what has been promised. Even if, let's say, a ship manager may promise that all their ships will participate or all their fleets will participate, we see that the actual participation figures tends to be very low or very low. So there's a lot of effort to coordinate companies and ships, and of course, analysis may be a little bit tricky. And in order to conclude, we have to comment other work as we need as an industry to move the discussion forward. We see happiness reports from the Union of Seafarers. We see Wellness at Sea program by the Sailor Society. We've seen the Seafarer Health Information Program by Ship Owners Club and ISWAN. We see the Crew Welfare Management and Mental Wellness publications by Intertanko. We have seen an innovative work by HC Alert project by Nautical Institute and LR, a project that has been, let's say, not live in these days. But again, this was a pioneering work and pioneering project that needs to be commended. We've seen the latest report by Social Interaction Matters of Wellness by ISWAN some days ago. We've seen harassment and bullying guidance by ICS-ITF. We see the excellent work made by the Seafarers International Research Center by Cardiff University. We positively welcome the KPIs work by the Global Maritime Forum. And of course, there's a lot of material produced by the Crew Welfare Week, the first edition back in 2021 and the second edition here in 2022, available for free to the market. So just some food for thought. The same boiling water that softens the potato hardens the egg. So it's about what you're made of, not the circumstances. That applies to the seafarers as well. This is a quote by Mel Robbins. We can paraphrase Winston Churchill's quote, healthy seafarers are the greatest asset any country or ship may have. And of course, we need to identify as an industry that happiness and well-being are actually best regarded as skills. So having said that, I would like to thank you all very much for your attention. For those of you who are interested to access the full survey, the analysis, the responses, and all the background, you can read the full report either by using the QR code or the link. So having said that, I would like to thank you all very much for your attention, and we will continue with the rest of the program of the day. Thank you very much.
Hi, good day to all of you. I am An, Director of Shipping in Maritime and Port Authority of Singapore. Today, I would like to share with you on safeguarding of crew welfare in pandemic. In 2020, with the onset of COVID-19, the global maritime industry faced one of its most significant humanitarian crises. Seafarers encountered major challenges in undertaking crew change. This was due to port shutdowns, travel restrictions imposed by countries, as well as reduced availability of commercial flights. Many seafarers were stranded on board ships for an extended period of time and unable to return home. Many of them ended up sailing beyond their initial employment contracts. with some even sailing beyond the 11 months requirement under the Maritime Labour Convention. The ship's crew face the risk of becoming overly fatigued and mentally exhausted, which would be detrimental to the safe operation of ships. Seafarers ashore were also unable to sign on to ships to take employment to make a living for their families. So what we do in Singapore to be part of the continuous global effort to tackle this challenging problem, recognizing the vital role played by seafarers in keeping global trade and supply chains functioning, Singapore worked closely with the industry and unions to establish a crew change safe corridor to facilitate safe and coordinated crew change for all nationalities from ships of different flags calling into Singapore ports. Under the crew change safe corridor, seafarers carrying out crew change in Singapore were required to meet stringent safety requirements, such as a period of quarantine in seafarers' home country and a pre-departure PCR test before the seafarer are allowed to transit through Singapore. In Singapore, the seafarers were transported in a bubble wrap concept between the airport and ships so as to protect the well-being of the seafarers as well as Singapore locals community. To share our experience, Singapore, together with the industry and unions, also developed the Singapore Crew Change Guidebook, which details a set of procedures for crew change to be carried out through a safe corridor to minimize any risk to public health within Singapore as well as to the shipping community. The International Maritime Organization, IMO, circulated the Singapore Crew Change Guidebook to all IMO member states as a reference. IMO General Secretary also expressed support for the guidebook and Singapore's crew change safe corridor, which could serve as a model to address crew change in other ports. To facilitate more crew changes to take place in Singapore and keep both the ships and local communities safe, MPA also set up the Crew Facilitation Center at the Tanjong Pagar Container Terminal. The Crew Facilitation Center, or CFC in short, is a self-contained facility with an on-site medical center and quarantine facilities. The CFC is used to house crew for cases where there is a mismatch in flights and vessel schedule. As this CFC is away from general population, it allows crew change to take place in a safe and sustainable manner. I'm glad to share that since March 2020, Singapore has facilitated more than 280,000 crew changes under the safe corridor. The facilitation of crew change and prevention of spread of COVID-19 are shared responsibility between port state and home countries where seafarers are residing. The process for sign-on crew, which start at the country of origin, is essential to minimize public health risks at the receiving port and ships. Singapore sees the importance of extending assistance to support seafarers to be well prepared for their crew changes and thus establish the SG Star Fund. The SG Star Fund is the first global ground-up tripartite initiative to bring like-minded international partners from the industry, unions, and governments to work with stakeholders in seafaring nation on concrete solutions for safe crew changes. It was established by Singapore Shipping Association, SSA, the Maritime and Port Authority of Singapore, MPA, Singapore Maritime Officer Union, SMOU, and the Singapore Organization of Seamen, SOS, and later joined by international organizations such as the International Transport Workers Federation, ITF, the International Maritime Employers Council, IMEC, and the International Chamber of Shipping, ICS. The SG Star Fund Task Force had developed a crew safe audit program based on Singapore's crew change model to establish safe and scalable corridors for crew change. This help ensure quality checks on quarantine and holding facilities, medical and swabbing facilities in crew supplying countries. There are currently more than 40 accredited facilities under the Crew Safe Audit Program. To provide seafarers with an additional layers of protection, Singapore was also one of the first countries to prioritize COVID-19 vaccinations for resident and non-resident seafarers under the Sea Air Vaccination Exercise, in short, SAFE, SAVE, and the Sea Crew Vaccination Program, or so-called initiative, respectively. As of January 2022, more than 8,700 foreign sea crews have received at least one dose of vaccination in Singapore, comprising of 5,200 resident seafarers and around 3,500 non-resident seafarers. Further, to provide support to the industry, Singapore committed over $36 million under the Maritime SG Together package to support the maritime industry through port dues concessions, cost relief measures, and manpower and capability development schemes. Singapore also formulated the Seafarer Relief Package, in short we call SRP, as part of the Maritime SG Together package, to provide financial support to Singaporean seafarers in the wake of global COVID-19 outbreak. Under the Seafarers Relief Package, financial assistance of up to $800 per month is provided to each Singaporean seagoing officer who could not secure shipboard employment due to control measures and crew change restrictions. With Singapore achieving a high vaccination rate and moving into endemic status, Singapore has relaxed our COVID-19 related measures since April this year. Singapore is now open to shore leave for fully vaccinated seafarers. Fully vaccinated seafarers can also easily carry out crew change in Singapore. They will be treated just like any other normal short-term travelers entering Singapore under the vaccinated travel framework. We have also reopened our seafarers drop-in centers located within terminals in Singapore for seafarers to relax and enjoy various amenities such as free Wi-Fi and the library. With the entry requirement being relaxed, MPA is working to resume activities that were catered to seafarers visiting the Port of Singapore. As a starter, MPA will organize at least some sports activities like bowling and futsal. Thereafter, organize land tours such as tours to Sentosa, Chinatown, and Little India will also kick off. These exciting activities are planned for the second half of 2022 and should fully resume more activities come 2023. We look forward to welcoming all seafarers to our activities. We have come to an end of our presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Hi everyone! Since the Well at Sea program launched on 19 pilot vessels in 2018, we have seen the landscape of crew well-being change by using gameplay, a well-being platform, and community engagement. Today, we are proud partners to a growing customer base with 452 ships, reaching approximately 14,000 seafarers with a utilization rate of 84% across all of our vessels. We are also seeing approximately 45 to 50% of crew on board engaging in our program at any given time. I am Gisa Paredes, psychologist and Chief Operating Officer of Well at Sea, And today I will be talking about the power of community management for the modern seafarer. But what is community management? And how is it relevant to remote teams like the ones we all have on board our ships? Well, community management is known as the process of building an authentic community among groups through various types of interaction. This means that it's not limited to seminars, trainings, inspections, or routine lectures. Community management is also the art of crafting engaging activities to create a network in which people can connect, share, and grow. It is also said that, these social interactions are quite fundamental to our learning, to our sense of well-being and purpose. We have seen this in several health and behavioral models through time, as you can see on the screen. Now, countless health apps, webinars, trainings, and PDF guides have dominated the crew well-being, sphere, but very few are able to quantify these efforts with little to no engagement. Okay, but why is that? Because the reality that companies face leave their hands quite full, on the daily operations, inspections, customer expectations, and various other legalities, that they end up being starved for resources to be able to focus on well-being and develop this. So it becomes easier for groups to send a file of some sort or to enroll crew in half-day events to be able to put a temporary solution in place. Now, in Well at Sea, I am proud to say that we are more than just an app. We are more than just a flyer or a video on a screen, because we believe that sustainable behavior change can only be achieved when the system around the individual supports that environment for change, designs strategic activities, promotes it regularly, and is able to measure its effects on the community. Through our dedicated team of program and community coordinators, we place emphasis on the role that community management plays on the whole scheme of crew well-being. So now let's take a look at how this translates through the Well at Sea program. First of all, community management enhances crew support. Okay? So by accompanying the seafarer through his journey on board, and by establishing an online community, this helps us look into trending concerns, topics, and motivations. The focus, therefore, becomes preventive rather than reactive. So we don't have to wait for a mental or physical problem to occur in order to be present to these people. Through regular communication with the crew, the program becomes a living, breathing experience wherein they know that they can reach out to our team to be able to execute their ideas and share them with the rest of the fleet and the management. In fact, data from a sample group of 715 seafarers show us that a majority feel valued by their companies with programs like this. And when seafarers feel valued, they are likely to sail with the same company far longer. This is because our solution allows for, open conversations with the crew through each of our program and community coordinators. Through Well at Sea, we get to hear the seafarer. We relate to each group and we handhold leaders in the implementation of well-being initiatives. And where they need our support, we provide them with all that is necessary, from visiting vessels, calling them regularly, and even conference calls in the pandemic, and so much more. Which has really shown us that we have become proven allies to the community. Community management also translates in concrete engagements, wherein our exclusive platform builds an online community. It also builds relationships, opens up conversations, and allows the seafarer to contribute to the development of this program. In 2021, 53% of all activities on board were initiated by the seafarers themselves, promoting mental resiliency, physical strength, and socialization. We have learned that user-generated generated content contributes to the sustainability of programs such as this, because sustainability is no longer something that looks good on a fact sheet. It is driven by the bottom line. Through community management or through community engagement, we can build trust with our crew by listening to the real issues, allowing for diverse views and learning more about cultural references. In a way, this actually helps us, break stereotypes around cultures and preconceived ideas around leaders and the like. And I guess the best part is that we can quantify all of our efforts and strategize in our next steps, which brings me to my last point. Community management contributes to informed decision making. On a monthly basis, our team extracts participation data, considers ship operations, and varying trade routes to be able to provide a clear picture of what is transpiring and where we can contribute strategically. So our exclusive platform, unlike social media, helps us understand the behavior of a unique population. So we're able to gather health data, we send out questionnaires, and we derive qualitative data wherever it is necessary. Okay. In fact, findings from several focus group discussions have shown us how the power of creating environments of change on board ships and grooming leaders to promote this builds on sustainable behavior change. So from the data, we have been able to develop all kinds of things, okay? From strategies for launch and full implementation to quarterly content that is relevant to global situations, and ambassador programs to be able to widen the scope of responsibility within teams instead of relying on just one senior officer for pretty much everything. Okay. The data that we gather has also allowed us to develop strategies around communication, promotion, and crew facilitation. And this has been applied by our customers in their HSEQ, Marine HR, and CSR initiatives, wherein we see that deliberate methods produce better responsiveness to these priorities. Okay, so on the screen here, you are seeing one of the initiatives that was created by our clients and how we were able to use the Well@Sea solution for CSR and how that translated in funds raised for various charities. And finally, when we're able to gather data like this and learn about the behavior of the seafarer, it teaches us where we can focus on our app development. So the Well@Sea approach to crew well-being has contributed to savings of as much as $600,000 US for one of our customers. In another group, crew retention rates have kept steady at 98% in the last 3 years. We have seen several initiatives grow through strategic collaboration with all of our esteemed clients, proving that when seafarers feel like they can reach out to someone they trust, this impacts the way that they perceive and accept health behavior change. The Well@Sea solution makes crew well-being accessible and fun as we go beyond being just an app and connect with our communities. So thank you very much. If you have any questions, please get in touch through our details below.
Good day, everyone, and welcome to this discussion on seafarer health and well-being, especially done for our friends at Safety for Sea. The topic we would be discussing today is regarding seafarer health and well-being, a little bit of a history lesson, and let's discuss on why seafarer health has come to the forefront as such. Seafarer health and well-being has always been that elephant in the room that no one used to talk about for the last 20 years or so. Before that, we used to always say it's ships of wood and men of steel, and then became ships of steel, men of wood. All those things used to go on. But then recently, of more late, people have realized that seafarers are indeed human beings. And what happens is their well-being is also a concern. It has been gaining steady recognition in recent years. Unfortunately, COVID came and put a stop on everything else. There are some plus points in this Black Swan event that seafarers' well-being firmly was put in the spotlight. Our seafarers kept the world ticking. They were the only means of transport, moving commodities across the world, and made sure that all of us were well supplied during the pandemic when we were safely at home. A lot of sacrifices from them, but then we realized that we have to really ensure that their well-being is priority now. There are a lot of statistics that are available. They show that there are a reasonable amount of incidents and accidents, much more than what were being reported earlier. This begs the question of the overall well-being of the seafaring workforce. Is it optimum? Are we doing enough? From an illness point of view, health and well-being, also health is a very important section. We've seen a lot of unnecessary and avoidable illness claims, conditions which could have been detected in advance, but endangers the life of seafarers once on board. So let's jog a little further. I've done a small analysis of crew illness claims, just so that to put things into context. Just for the year of 2021, this is what as a club we experienced, and you could see that a considerable amount of these claims, the light blue, are actually something which were detectable and something which could have been stopped before occurring on board. The seafarer could have been made healthy before he went on board, and that would have been a completely different tale to tell after all. I also analyzed a few injury claims we had, and as you see over here, quite a few amount are those which are of the human element. Unfortunately or fortunately, we humans, we innovate as we work, and it's the plus point of our race. However, sometimes what happens is due to circumstances changing in the ecosystem, sometimes may not be optimal, and these lead to incidents. It's not of whether it's a seafarer's fault or not. That definitely doesn't solve the problem as we'll go further in our discussions. But this is just a snapshot of what it is. It is what it is, and the statistics tell the story. And definitely, as we see over here, a lot of these actually can be minimized or in fact mitigated. And hopefully, moving forward in the years to come, due to a concentrated effort, we should see a very low number over here. Now, the points we would have for discussion over here is always we've had a human error culture. I've been speaking about this a couple of times earlier. It's been a fault-finding culture. It's not necessary to find out whose fault it is. It doesn't solve the problem. But if we have to go get a human element and a cause-finding culture to find out what's wrong with the system and try and make it good, simply replacing a person or replacing people does not make a difference. We've got abundance of legislation, a lot of training, elaborate procedures. I mean, we've kind of reverse engineered every process. So it's safe to say that these incidents are not a lack of training or knowledge. Should we try a holistic approach because they are or concentration or they are not focused? What has changed over the years? Of course, the whole ecosystem has changed. It's been changed from a time where we've had no social media on board. It was just us people and our work and our books and a couple of video cassettes. But unfortunately now, whether it's a boon or a bane is a completely different discussion. But we've got social media for them to stay in touch. At the same time, it doesn't allow them to switch off. So pros and cons, social distractions, shorter contracts now. Many people still have long contracts, but with minimum manning, lesser manning in terms of automation, there is higher stress levels on board. So are shorter contracts the solution? That left to be seen. Isolation, like we said, manning versus reduced with increased automation. The smoke room culture missing, where all us human beings used to get together at the end of the day, have a chit chat. We humans are a social bunch, we need to discuss with people. There's a lot of reasoning on why in armed forces they had a punishment called solitary confinement, and that means you don't get to interact with people, and that's enough to drive you nuts. So is that missing now because people have their social devices to go back to their rooms and interact with their devices, and they don't actually talk to people? Is that a problem? We need to inject that wow factor into the profession again. Hygiene on board, frequent illnesses, skin problems, work procedures, morale on board. Is food a good motivation by itself? Do we need a CEO? And by that, I mean a chief entertainment officer. So we've had security officers and we have safety officers. So we need to have an entertainment officer nowadays with internet and Zoom. I'm sure you could have interactive programs from shore, conducting bingos or maybe quizzes, and have a lot of interaction, let their families participate. It could be made a whole new dimension nowadays with automation and technology. There are different types of well-being. I can't go too long into this. We are restricted by time here, but I'm going to briefly touch on this for the cause of our seafarers and people involved in it. There are a variety of different types of well-being which constitute the overall seafarers' well-being. Physical well-being, I'll dwell a bit on that shortly. Mental well-being, emotional, social, intellectual, spiritual. So there may be other smaller breakouts from these, but these are the main ones we need to be aware of. Now, physical well-being is important that we take care of our health, our responsibility, because it's a stepping stone. There are a lot of sayings saying that you cannot have a overall wellness program if your health is not optimum physical health. Today's ecosystem is more physical than electronic. Everything is done before you used to even walk to the TV and change your channels. It's on remotes now, just an example. Ease and availability of junk foods and snacks. You could just get your junk food. You could just get your McDonald's at a click. I'm talking of course, not on board. At a click of a button, and McDonald's delivers at home. But you try to organize a healthy salad and maybe something like that, organic food. It's going to cost you a bomb. Junk food is so cheap and easily available. Of course, there's a question of satisfaction as well at the moment. But then it's not easy to facilitate a healthy organic meal at a low price and quite easily. It's not so easily available. Now, our sedentary lifestyle and mindset, this spills on and follows us on board. So when you're on board, you finished a long and heavy day. If somebody was to tell you have a Diet Coke and a salad, you're going to think 10 times because you're tired. You think you've earned it. You would like to have in front of the couch, you would have your case of beer. Well, those are the good old days. You won't have your case of beer now, but then probably you'll have your full sugar Coke, and you would slouch in front of the TV, buy a fried food dinner, which again makes you feel very good at the moment. In the long run, probably not. This could result in obesity, which comes with a range of illnesses such as hypertension, diabetes, heart diseases. It's called the silent killer. Gyms versus TVs and laptops. Who would go to the gym? There are some fanatics who go and prefer to keep their body fit like that, but TVs and laptops nowadays take a lot of predominance. Eating healthy, keeping fit are the two vital principles. Food, rest, regular exercise, balance. Easier said than done. We've been having this from childhood. We've learned this in school, but however, it needs to be kept reiterated. The best way is to keep educating the seafarers, keep on imbibing onto them the necessity of staying healthy and maintaining one's health. Enhanced pre-employment medicals can probably play the biggest role in paving the way forward. In the club, I'm heading the enhanced pre-employment medical section for seafarers, giving that benefit to them. There's a slide later which I can touch up upon that. Again, mental, emotional, and social well-being. This mental well-being, actually, this can affect people of all ages, nationalities. There are a lot of studies now with the Mission to Seafarers carrying out their Seafarers Happiness Index, and that shows that there are a range of problems actually affecting them. So mental, emotional, and social well-being means there's a lot of interaction. You need to connect with people. Like I said, isolation needs to be taken care of. And these things can actually lead to a lack of concentration, loss of focus, and somehow this can just, and the situational awareness may suffer, and this could lead to an incident, and sometimes even the death, sadly. So these are the things that need to be addressed. There are a lot of material. If you go to the club's website also, there's a crew well-being page where a lot of data is available. There are apps also which the club has developed along with ICE1, and there's a slide also which would show you how to get there. Now, intellectual and spiritual well-being. Intellectual, of course, you need to keep your mind working, and idle mind's the devil's workshop. How long have we heard that? We could have friendly challenges. You could play games like Sudoku. You could have crosswords. You could play Scrabble, word games. There are so many other options. It just means that you keep your mind always active and moving, and don't let the monotony set in and start thinking about mindless and unnecessary things. And spiritual thing is the bigger thing. It's finding inner peace. Spiritual always get confused with religion. It's not the same. Religion, religious well-being, whatever faith you follow, can lead on to spiritual well-being. But finally, when you go to the state of where you feel comfortable with yourself, internally feel happy with where you are, and find the balance of life yourself, and realize that there are much worse people than you, you don't start digging yourself into the hole. It gives you inner peace. And once you've reached that peace, I think you can then coexist with yourself and your colleagues much better. We have to talk of fatigue. Fatigue is something that's very predominant in the shipping ecosystem because it's definitely a tough lifestyle. It's not easy. This could give rise to accidents and injuries. If you're not tired, you may not be focused, poor performance, in ill health, lead to casualties, disability, sick leave. So fatigue is something we definitely need to address. And that is very easy. Switch off your device and go to sleep. Get your rest. You need to actually switch off that mind and recharge it. Easier said than done, but for advice to manage fatigue risk for operators, a study, Project Martha, has also found out that long tours of duty over 6 months have led to sleepiness, lack of quality, motivation, and these actually lead to near misses and accidents on board. Root cause analysis have shown those. Night watch keepers are more prone from falling on duty as the contract goes on because it keeps culminating. You should maximize the recovery time and try to make sure that the system is such that they get proper rest at all times. Masters especially, it has been found out rank-wise that they feel stressed and fatigued toward the latter part of their duty. When they are on leave, try not to disturb them, let them take their time off and charge up completely. And there are simple onboard operational solutions to manage fatigue. You could go through the club website and you can get more information on that. Operators can raise awareness with their seafarers via booklets, simple advice. They are downloadable, free. If you can't find them, then you know where to find me. We can make them available to you. And then, of course, you can partner with your P&I club towards making a unified approach to tackle these apparent causes, because the clubs are very keen to make sure that these things are tackled the right way and on a long-term basis. The resources are available. So what is the club doing? For starters, we've got physical health as a very big thing. It's a stepping stone for well-being programs. We have our own Medici program, which is a medical enhancement scheme for seafarers, which starts with an enhanced pre-employment medical scheme at no extra cost. The club bears all the additional costs. This is currently for Filipino and Indian seafarers, but it's being made available now to Indians, to Malaysians, and slowly we would try to encompass the whole world. No payment, extra payment out of pocket. The club will take care of that. And like I said, we do not look to stop people from going on board, but we have a mechanism where we allow them, we give them a time frame, make them fit to come back and serve on board. Follow-up medicals are in reasonable time, and we don't just simply fail seafarers because we understand that they are not going on board for a jolly. They are actually going to put food on the table for their loved ones. This is the app, the Seafarers app by IceOne, which the club has helped develop. And the details are available here. You could get them on Google Play or Apple Store. It's free. It's 24 hours. You can see the resources over here. It's good for seafarers. It's good for manning agents. It's good for crewing departments. It's good for people who are involved in reaching these programs out to the seafarers. So do definitely fly in time to register and browse through this. The Sailors Society has a Wellness at Sea program. The club is also a supporter of this. And shortly, within the next few months, we are going to be rolling out a 27-week program to all our members via our website and social media. And this is going to give a whole range of programs to seafarers so that they know how to manage their well-being as well. That was it. You know where to find us. And I hope you all have enjoyed this talk. If in case of anything, you can definitely get back to us. Thank you very much and have a great day ahead.
Hello, my name is Martin Foley. I am the Chief Executive Officer of Stylianou and also our European Regional Coordinator. And it's a pleasure to speak to you today about the work of Stylianou. Stylianou was founded in Glasgow in 1920 and has grown organically into the largest ship visiting charity in the world. We improve the lives of seafarers and fishers through our network of local port chaplains and seafarers centres, expert information, advocacy and spiritual support. And as the slide here makes clear, we have 1,000 port chaplains and volunteer ship visitors supporting seafarers in 334 ports across 64 countries around the world. Wherever your seafarers are in the world, a Stella Maris chaplain or ship visitor will be nearby to extend a hand of friendship and welcome. And the countries highlighted here in yellow show where Stella Maris works around the world. When the usual systems of support for seafarers break down, seafarers can be totally alone. Time and time again, Stella Maris is the only reliable lifeline for seafarers when all else has failed, the steadfast friend when it really counts. Stella Maris provides holistic support across time and distance. We provide practical assistance, pastoral care, spiritual support and guidance, help with communications or warm clothing, help in an emergency, or family support. Stella Maris exists to serve the men and women who work in the fishing industry, in the shipping industry. Our global coverage puts us in a unique position to provide sustained support to seafarers as they move from country to country. Here are some examples of the type of cases we deal with: piracy, repatriation, hospitalization, death and suicide, family separation, refusal of shore leave, non-payment of wages, stress and mental health issues. But today I'd like to focus particularly on abandonment. Cases of abandonment are increasing at an alarming rate. Since 2019, there's been a staggering 138% rise in the number of abandoned vessels. However, not all cases are reported, so the actual number may be much larger. More than 30 states recorded incidents of abandonment, showing just how widespread the problem is. General cargo vessels were most commonly involved in abandonment disputes, but there have been cases across all ship types. Stella Maris is often the first responder in cases of abandonment. Affected seafarers contact Stella Maris through our central helpline or contact local Stella Maris staff directly in the place of abandonment. We step in to support seafarers in cases of abandonment by providing them with essential items like water, food, and medicine, and we guide them through the legal complexities of the court systems. Seafarers are key workers. During the COVID-19 pandemic, they were pivotal to the global economy. Throughout the world, at a time of enormous challenge for the shipping industry and seafarers in particular, Stella Maris stepped up to support these heroes. We continued to ship visit from quaysides. We provided seafarers with assistance around communications by providing them with free internet and SIM cards. We ensured that essential supplies were delivered to seafarers on board their vessels. We provided assistance with repatriation, and with ensuring that seafarers received their COVID-19 vaccinations. And now, with the devastating war in Ukraine, our Stella Maris team, both in Ukraine and around the world, particularly in Europe, is supporting all those seafarers and their families who are affected by this terrible war, particularly those from Ukraine. Hundreds of seafarers are now homeless or out of work and unable to leave Ukraine due to the war. As a result, Stella Maris, working with partners, has stepped up to provide emergency financial support to these seafarers and their families. Stella Maris is accommodating refugees from the war in our centre near Gdynia in Poland. And Stella Maris is providing Ukrainian seafarers with free internet and SIM cards to enable them to contact family and friends. Here is a quote from Pope Francis. Look at the real heroes who come to light in these days. They are not famous, rich, and successful people. Rather, they are those who are giving themselves in order to serve others. Seafarers are these heroes. It is our privilege in Stella Maris to serve them, to be there alongside seafarers, these heroes. And here's a quote from a seafarer that encapsulates the response of so many seafarers to the support from Stella Maris. I am so grateful to Stella Maris. The support and help provided through a very difficult time has made such a positive difference to my family. We are so grateful for everything Stella Maris has done to help us. The holistic support offered by Stella Maris is most effective when done in partnership with the shipping industry. I would like to draw your particular attention to our Life at Sea report, which is available through our website, www.stellamaris.org.uk. I would also like to draw your attention to our Centenary Emergency Fund, a fund that provides emergency financial support to seafarers and their families when they most need it. To find out more about Stella Maris and about how you can partner with us, please do contact me. My contact details are here on this slide. Thank you for your attention.
Hello, everyone. I would like to welcome you to my presentation today. I'm going to discuss about social communication concerning crew welfare, whereas we will go through the challenges, solutions, pros and cons, and lessons to be learned. Social communication is a powerful tool for sustaining pool coherence, retention, and best practices high standards. Effective communication to succeed, the management should focus on the actual needs of the seafarers. My personal motto is that social communication with seafarers enhances the need for belonging, bonding, and trust. In order to attain this, the key actions that address seafarer needs are effective communication, proactive care and compassionate approach, empathy and responsiveness, acknowledgement and recognition, recreational facilities, social interconnected and modern facilities. Concerning effective communication, the main objectives are to improve the morale of the crew on board, improve productivity by overcoming obstacles, communicate commitment of the management to their crew, recognize the difficulties of seamanship and acknowledge of their job, share the vision of the company to promote efficiency target for the best benefit of the overall business ecosystem. And last, show trust in your seafarers to return the same. We can achieve the above by segmenting and grouping some significant guidelines. Belonging. Prove through communication that your seafarers are not alone. Your communication is a regular, routine, and not occasional. Your communication portrays your company's vision and philosophy on protecting the well-being of your seafarers. Your voice is heard. This is what seafarers need to know and to feel that their opinion matters, supporting the engagement of your crew. Responsive. Check past cases and prepare in advance replies and guidelines of how to react in such cases. Be compassionate and empathetic, and be patient. Be courteous and considerate. Be pragmatic and acknowledge uncertainty. At the same time, you have to show managerial efficiency so the crew will feel secure. Do not over-assure. Try to smooth down the situation and not escalate it. Request and provide accurate information. Bridge the empathy with the company's procedures to emphasize that the process is in place and the company is always proactive. Be ready to negotiate and not to dictate. Seek to understand and communicate this to the seafarer. You must have no blame culture in your procedures. Concerning social stance, show concern by asking about them and their families, follow up on past conversations and communication, and avoid being repetitive. Proactive care and compassionate approach. Do not overlook the wellness of your seafarers. Identify and monitor signs of distress. Intervene as soon as possible. Monitor matching of characters and socialization of crew on board. Monitor working hours. Provide ways for every seafarer to have direct access to the shore staff. Develop circulars to prove your proactiveness and dedication to seafarers' welfare and well-being. Empathy and responsiveness. Ensure caring to ensure performance. Measure crisis and build crisis responses and procedures. Build bonds and be human most of all. Identify your crew's interests and perspectives. Find the proper person that has negotiation skills in order to communicate with the crew. Do not make assumptions and end up to conclusions easily. Ask your crew members' assistants to communicate more information for you to help them. Acknowledgement and recognition. During and after the service of your individual seafarer, you should communicate your acknowledgement and recognition. Should highlight loyalty bonuses, should develop performance bonuses, should prize the top performers, should build motives and incentives, but only based on performance. Recreational facilities. Prove that you care about seafarers' well-being. Provide exit from daily routine. Enhance psychology and socializing of crew. Relaxation and appropriate working environment. Educational, recreational videos may bond seafarers among them and within the company. Modern facilities. Modernize the facilities on board. Seafarers belong to and are acquainted with technology generation, so provide them these means. Provide good internet and security, but always based on cyber wellness. Provide freedom to seafarers to propose other facilities or incentives that they believe. Provide informational, recreational, and interactive facilities. Social interconnection, elevator paradigm. The best practice is not only when the seafarer is on board for effective communication. Communication should be across the cycle of the recruitment process. Elevator has developed interactive screens through all stages of the recruitment process for all seafarers, from the sourcing stage up to the disembarkation stage. A new seafarer should communicate through seamless interaction with the manning office and the ship manager throughout the overall process. This seamless communication allows going deep into the constraints, thoughts, psychology, interests, and perspectives. By digitalizing the procedures, Elevator has achieved to have measures and know-how of the actual needs of the most seafarers and offers them free of charge servicing and imminent updates and information 24/7. To reach the pinnacle of effective communication, we highlight the essential interactive tools that Elevator has developed and continuously update and upgrade based on our shipping industry's regulatory amendments and trends and fashions. All the below are digital, and files and information are exchanged dynamically among all parties involved in the recruitment process. Some cases that I can refer here is the request of information concerning the placement by an ex-crew seafarer. So he doesn't have to call the office. He has imminent communication with the online system and imminent update. Status of application for new crew. Instead of keep on calling the manning office, Elevator provides an online interactive environment in order to know the status of the application. When proposed, many seafarers want to know when they are proposed and to which company are proposed. So we provide this again through interactive tools and also automated tools. Interview schedule. Many seafarers feel secure that they will have a potentiality to a potential ship owner if they have an interview scheduled. At the same time, after the interview, one most important tool that we provide is negotiation tool concerning wages and contract duration that the seafarer may want to negotiate. So we connect the seafarer immediately with the ship owner through their intranets. Prerequisite competence tests and process guidance. Many seafarers want to know what competence tests are going to have prior being accepted by the company, and also to be guided on this. We provide everything in simple analysis, and we communicate this at the time needed. In order not to go to all the procedures and the tools that we have developed, the most important tools we provide and we communicate in this way with the crew is the debriefing form, number 19, and the feedback and opinion form. Through these two last forms, everything is placed transparently, to the seafarer, and we have a feedback concerning what is the needs of the seafarer, if they are happy with the ship owner, and if they want to rejoin, when, and their status overall. I would like to thank you for this presentation and listening to my presentation. Thank you for listening. You may find more information about the Victor Group at our website. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Ersi Zacharopoulou. I am the Europe, Middle East, Africa Business Development Manager based in Greece, but member of the Global Marine Services of SGS. SGS is having the largest network of laboratories and offices worldwide. We are present in more than 300 ports, served in 89 countries. And we decided to introduce a global program for the ship owners and the ship managers for the under the Global Marine Services, combining our expertise in health and safety in order to offer a good compliance tool to the ship owners, ship managers, and seafarers for the MLC and the ship sanitation certification. This is based on field testing, laboratory testing, inspection on board, and interviews with the crew. You know SGS from our ballast water compliance services with our exhaust gas cleaning system, ballast water testing services, our sampling and testing on emissions, our inventory and hazardous material, the verification services on CO2 emissions, our bunker analysis, the lube analysis, and recently with the microplastic analysis on water. Globally, we understood the importance of ship's crew during the COVID-19 pandemic. And it was recognized during that days that the crew members' well-being is not always safeguarded. So we believe that the MLC is offering a way to meet a lot of risks on board, and MLC is recognized by the seafarers, the ship owners, and the ship managers worldwide. Today, the 91% of world gross tonnage of ships has ratified the convention. The compliance with the MLC provides sampling, field analysis, and laboratory analysis, enabling ship owners to assess the real compliance with the MLC. We have tested a lot of time the indoor air quality on board, and we noticed that sometimes the levels were really elevated, and it was really unhealthy comparing to offices and residence areas. So we believe that the bad air quality and allergens that might exist on board can increase fatigue, headaches, nausea, leading to increased risks of accident on board and eventually the outbreak of diseases on board. A very important factor is the drinking water quality for the crew well-being. Crew on board ships must have access to good quality level of potable water, meaning that regular testing is necessary. Regular testing meaning that samples should be taken and analyzed within whole times for all parameters in order to have a good quality of results. A very important also issue is the way to see if the seafarers are properly trained and have access to recreational areas that they can rest and relax. This is also a very important part of the program, of the well-being program. It has to include some inspection on board. Another very important part of the crew well-being should be the compliance with the ship sanitation certification compliance, because in that case we control the international spread of human diseases by controlling any vectors on a vessel, and this is achieved by inspecting and controlling animal vectors, checking the appropriate certification of potable water and sewage on board, and checking biosecurity measures for human carriers of disease. This is a very, very important part. We have seen a lot of reported deficiencies, for example, through Paris MOU. We have seen also as SGS on board, we have seen the places where those deficiencies are happening, like the cold room, the sanitary facilities, the cleanliness condition, the water pipes, the tanks, the food, the galley, the food area, the kitchen, the lighting, the hospital area. We can see that any result, any field measurement, any sampling should be also combined with the inspection on board. And this is very important because in this way we can help, we can provide some solutions, and this is very, very important. This is an advantage for seafarers, for the crew, and for the ship owners and the ship managers. Another very important point, after December 2020, we noticed that the IMO is making progress on that step. They are recognizing the seafarers' well-being. So we believe that a program, a voluntary program, can have great benefit for everybody. So it decreases the risk of detention or fines during inspections. It really helps crew to be prepared for those inspections. And the most important of all, you are establishing a good crew well-being practice on board, that your people are really happy and offer you the best they can during the trips. So the idea is not a certification. This is going beyond compliance. It helps you to have a very good internal processes confirming the compliance with the most important conventions, guidelines. And on top of that, if there is something more from the side of the ship owners that they want to implement, we can help and include. So this is a voluntary program that can help you in mandatory compliance plus avoiding penalized by the PSC inspections, and you, in case you want to do more for your people, to confirm that. And in that case, a 4 to 6 hour inspection on board twice per year is really a very, very good step. Everything will be documented. The analysis will be also included in a cloud-based communication tool, that this can be accessible to both the crew and the office, the ship's office. They need to know, and it is very important to keep up with this inspection scheme in order to be better year by year. This is a small example of what should be included in a very well-structured crew well-being monitoring program, and it is very important this to be combined with on-board analysis, with sampling and testing. Those tools are really important to be sure that you are complying with the most demanding conventions and guidelines. The format of a QR code, the printable one, and a sign on board can help you can help people to feel that a ship is inspected, this is monitored. This is very important for the PSC controls and the feedback for the office. So all this information is gathered in a unique cloud-based system. So we believe that any company that is establishing a crew well-being program, it is sure that they are improved their working conditions on board. They guarantee the business continuity. They can have a business prestige, like having a mark for doing in such way. And there is a social benefit. You can have some documented actions against pollution of the environment, and you can confirm that you are doing some important steps for your people. Water quality testing is very important. Lab analysis is always a mandatory, let's say, lab certificate on board that can be combined and be a good documentation for complying with the MLC, WHO, the ship sanitation. A very important part would be also the indoor air quality, and we will see in the future. Also, I would like to include here the noise monitoring, which is a very important factor, apart from, bacteria, mold, CO2, CO, the PM, the dust on board, the volatiles on board, the formalities, and all these very important parameters. We should add noise here, and we will see in the future. Eventually, it is very important to have a good condition of verifying the cleaning protocols on board. We can help on that because what we have seen with the COVID-19 pandemic, the cleaning condition is very important, and there are tools that you can make it on board in short time and have a very good result. You can use the fluorescence marker, or you can do the swab testing and having an analysis within 15 minutes with adenosine triphosphate, for example, on site testing. Thank you very much. I believe that we present you a really renovated, let's say, and combining compliance program together with field lab testing and inspection. Please contact SGS if you have any more questions. Thank you very much.
There's no vaccine against poor mental health. Since the pandemic hit, more than half of rotational workers, including seafarers, are suffering increased stress and anxiety. The global pandemic and crew change crisis have brought so many worries and fears about health, family, extended contracts and future employment. Increasing numbers of seafarers are calling Sailor Society's helpline in need of support. And in these most uncertain and challenging times, there's been a rising demand for our Wellness at Sea program.
If I had to put one point that says this is how Seaspan got through the pandemic so far, it is that our crew has been resilient, and they've done that because they knew that there was a Wellness at Sea program that supported their needs. We've partnered with Wellness at Sea since 2015, and we have seen great progress year on year. We've seen our crew motivation go up. We've seen our crew retention go up to very, very high level, industry leading levels. And that has had a positive impact on the operational performance on our fleet. And having a hotline or having someone else to talk to about mental wellness is something that our crew has really appreciated. Retention is how we ultimately measure whether people are happy to work here. And for many years, we were running at around high 80% retention. But over the past couple of years, we've moved that up to a stable 95+%. A lot of our peers and companies in the shipping sector have realized during this pandemic how important crew welfare is and how important all parts of crew welfare is. So this is an area that any good company should obviously be looking at any given day. And more now than ever is a time where we really need to make sure that our crew's social, mental and emotional well-being is at the heart of what we do. And it makes very little business sense not to do that. We have thoroughly enjoyed our cooperation with sailor societies, Wellness at Sea program. It is something that has taught us a lot, and it is something we will continue to develop over the coming years.
Caring for your crew's mental health and well-being has never been more important than now. Get in touch with Sailor Society's team today to find out how Wellness at Sea can help you make a big difference to your crews and your business.
Hello and good day, everyone. I'm Andrew Roberts, the head of EMEA from RightShip, and today I'm going to talk to you about Seafarer Abandonment. There are more than 1.6 million seafarers in the world. They are made up of people from many nationalities, and many come from underdeveloped countries or island states. With nearly 60,000 merchant vessels in the world fleet, and with approximately 90% of goods moved around the planet by ships, the seafarers of the world are the lifeblood of the shipping industry and the real enablers of global trade. Despite this, visibility of seafarers to the global community is low, and they are often an invisible workforce to many. In a world increasingly focused on social responsibility and sustainability, there is increased pressure on companies who use shipping to enable their business activity to have greater insight, responsibility, and stewardship into their supply chains. However, many seafarers of the world are exposed to situations and conditions that are unfavorable and can often be caught up in the crossfire of global challenges. For example, the COVID-19 pandemic, shipping companies were unable to repatriate seafarers for periods well in excess of 12 months. And more recently, with the current geopolitical challenges existing between Ukraine and Russia, circa 15% of the world's seafarers are facing incredible challenges where they are unable to be properly remunerated or unable to get home to see their families. More broadly, many of the world's seafarers face additional challenges, which include shortfall of basic conditions, hygiene, health and nutrients, bonded labour, shortfalls in wages or failure to be paid by their principals, and abandonment of vessels by owners. Many of these conditions undermine basic human rights principles and key principles adopted under the UN's 17 sustainability goals. So let's take a minute to pause and imagine. Imagine being trapped and imprisoned on a ship with no way out. Imagine leaving your home and your family, traveling to the other side of the world and entrusting yourself to your employer with expectation that you will be treated fairly, provided with basic needs and compensated for the work you do. However, now imagine not getting paid for the work that you do, not receiving food or basic needs whilst on board, being unable to provide the necessary means of living for family and young children at home, and for whom you have not seen for several months. but also having no money to be able to get home and scared to leave the ship in case you do not get what is rightfully owed to you. This is the very real scenario faced by many seafarers of the world. So seafarer abandonment, what is it? There are generally three conditions that constitute seafarer abandonment. When a ship owner fails to cover the cost of seafarer's repatriation, or has left the seafarer without necessary maintenance and support, or has otherwise unilaterally severed their ties with the seafarer, including failure to pay contractual wages for a period of at least 2 months. There are many circumstances that could lead to a ship being abandoned. Some ship owners simply fail to take their responsibilities for crew members seriously and will leave crew members stranded in ports far from home without fuel, food and water, and without pay for months on end. In some situations, a ship may be worth less than the costs of wages owed by a ship owner, and for others, they can simply make more money by not paying the wages and bills that they owe. Therefore, abandonment usually happens due to financial or legal issues, and seafarers from less economically developed regions are normally most impacted by this issue. So let's have a look at some statistics. Unfortunately, this issue is not uncommon. Since 2001, there have been over 600 reported cases of abandonments across various vessel types and affecting more than 8,600 seafarers from many nationalities. As you can see from the heat map in the bottom left, it is not concentrated in only one part of the world, but instead happens all over the world and to ships of various ages. There have been peaks in abandonment that correspond to different macroeconomic impacts or events, such as the peak in 2009 after the financial crash of 2008, and in more recent years throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. Nearly 90% of the abandonments happen to vessels that are part of the world trading fleet versus vessels that have been involved in incidents or other events. And the majority percentage of abandonments happen on board ships that fly the flag of a country that is not the same as the vessel's ownership, and these are called flags of convenience. These flags of convenience often make it more difficult for unions, industry stakeholders, and the public to hold ship owners to account. Therefore, where ships are registered under a flag of convenience, it often correlates to very low wages, poor onboard conditions, inadequate food and clean drinking water, long periods of work without proper rest, and of course, also abandonment. The extent of the challenges around seafarer abandonment are profound. In many instances, abandonment cases can take considerable periods of time to resolve, and there have been cases where seafarers have been on board for multiple years without any resolution. This has a catastrophic effects on the livelihood, health, and mental well-being of not only the seafarers, but their families also. And there has been a noticeable increase in the number of suicides on board vessels around the world, with a considerable number associated to situations of seafarer abandonment. So what rules and regulations do we have in place for this? The Maritime Labour Convention, or the MLC, was adopted by the International Labour Convention in 2006 and entered force in 2013. MLC establishes minimum working and living standards for all seafarers working on ships flying the flags of countries that have ratified the convention. It covers key aspects related to minimum requirements for seafarers, rights to decent conditions of work, conditions of fair compensation, and seafarer abandonment. In 2017, the MLC was updated with important provisions requiring all ship owners to have insurance to assist seafarers on board if they are abandoned. And all ships to which the convention applies must have the insurance certificate on board and publicly displayed in English. As mentioned earlier, flags of convenience are often chosen since they offer less stringent and rigorous governance than some more responsible flags. Another challenge is that not all IMO member states have ratified the MLC convention, meaning MLC does not technically apply to all ships. In fact, as of April 2022, the ILO reports only 101 countries have ratified the MLC, which represents only 58% of the IMO's 174 member states. And furthermore, the journey to achieve this 101 member states has been long and slow. However, even for countries that have ratified the convention, the challenge often relates to the enforcement and follow through by flag states around the MLC requirements. To try and combat these challenges, the International Trade Federation and other NGOs work tirelessly to support seafarers, to help overcome situations, repatriate seafarers, and recover outstanding wages, thereby making a significant contribution on behalf of impacted individuals. For vessels flying flags of convenience, ITF also help to ensure collective bargaining agreements are in place, which are terms and conditions designed to protect seafarers. A range of charities also provide considerable emotional, social, and mental support for seafarers in such challenging circumstances, offering dedicated 24-hour support lines and offering solace and counsel at various ports around the world. Furthermore, industry is now raising awareness through appropriate fora, which is also helping responsible chartering organisations with greater supply chain visibility. So what about RightShip? As an ESG-focused organisation driven to create a zero-harm maritime industry, RightShip have an important role to play in assisting to reduce the frequency and impact of seafarer abandonments. At RightShip, we've been incorporating data into our platform as far back as 2017. Data is sourced from ILO databases and from ITF, and vessels are highlighted within our platform that have been involved in or have outstanding ITF or ILO abandonment issues, both at an individual vessel level and a document of compliance or company level. Where appropriate, we highlight links back to ultimate beneficiaries of a vessel and provide clear visibility on our platform, as you can see on the right-hand side of the page. Owing to the challenges around flags of convenience, we also highlight vessels registered under flags of convenience and highlight if there is no collective bargaining agreement in place. Finally, a check is performed of every vessel that is screened as part of the RightShip vetting process. And overall, these restrictions help the broad range of stakeholders using the RightShip platform be aware if looking to charter, finance, insure a particular vessel. So to finish today, seafarer abandonment is an increasingly common occurrence that impacts many seafarers and their families across the world. The very people to man and crew the ships that underpin 90% of world trade. And therefore, I will finish today by providing a quote from the International Maritime Organization. Seafarer abandonment is a serious problem that can blight the lives of those caught up in it. It must be tackled and it needs continual cooperation, not just between IMO and ILO and non-governmental organizations devoted to seafarers and seamen's welfare, but with flag states, port states, and other industry groups too. We all have a human duty to protect seafarers. And at RightShip, as an ESG-focused organization, we will continue to play our part in raising awareness, highlighting and taking action against these substandard and inhumane social acts with a goal to creating a zero-harm maritime industry. Thank you for your time.
welcome to the crew welfare panel. This is the third day of our, let's say, week. We started a couple of days ago, starting with the ship management session and panel discussion perspectives, moving into focus presentations. And then on yesterday, we had the stakeholders panel discussion, sessions on seafarer rights, diversity, and inclusion. We had soft skills, mental and physical health. And today, we had so far presentations. We presented our crew welfare survey after the opening of the day. And we had presentations on crew welfare best practices, crew abandonment, and we had a nice presentation by Andrew Roberts, who is joining us in this panel regarding crew abandonment, which is an issue. There's also a press release from RightShip earlier today. Crew abandonment is a huge issue. It's not a new one, but it still persists, to be honest. And we will be having a discussion on crew welfare. And then the day will be concluded with sessions on crew travel and change, nutrition, and of course, the program of the full week will not be concluded if we couldn't accommodate, let's say, the Seafarers Perspective scheduled before the closing of the 3-day program. So in this panel, we would like to discuss the issues of crew welfare. In order to have this discussion, we will be joined by Gabriel Dado. Gabriel is the commercial director with Safety Tech Accelerator, a Lloyd's registered company. Captain Fauzi Fradi, who is the group director of crewing and training with Columbia Ship Management, one of the leading ship managers worldwide. Andrew Roberts, head of Europe, Middle East and Africa from RightShip. Andrew, as I said earlier on, presented earlier on crew abandonment. We have Nikos Toumazatos, who is the crew manager with Latchco Marine Management. And last but not least, we have Ioanna Bernardo. That's in alphabetical order for those who are insisting on why we have the only and the sole woman in this panel listed last. This is in alphabetical order. So we have Ioanna Bernardo, who is the DP and CSO with Blue Planet Shipping. I would like to welcome you all to this panel, and I would like to start right away with our, let's say, first question for discussion. I would like to ask about your organization's approach towards crew welfare, and I would like to ask you, from your point of view, what sort of initiatives or campaigns you are supporting or running at this period. I would like to start with Captain Fauzi.
Good afternoon, Kalispera everybody. Also a pleasure for me to be invited to this panel and to be also in the company of all these colleagues and all these respectful companies. Of course, the crew welfare is not a new topic, as we all know. It's something that has been looked after for many years. However, we've seen during the period of COVID and the issue with crew change, the rise of crew welfare issue, and now it seems that at least perhaps one of the few positive changes that many aspects have been improved for the crew welfare after and during the COVID period pandemic. So for us at Columbia Ship Management, we had a number of initiatives all over the past years. Let me start with the most recent ones, and this started actually before the pandemic started, which was one of the major initiatives we had is to offer to the ships 24/7 hotline for mental health support. So this is something that we started before the pandemic, and we were very proud to have it at the time of the pandemic because it was extremely helpful, and the rollout of such initiatives takes time because it needs a lot of trust from the crew. They need to know with whom they are dealing and what is the solution actually is about, what do they get from it and what it offers to them. So that was also a very important initiative. The second initiative which we have done was about the fitness of the crew. This is also something that we started before the pandemic, and it was extremely helpful during all the time when the crew changes were not possible. The fitness is a very interesting and important trend And I can share that I ran a survey actually among a sample of 1,800 seafarers just at the beginning of the pandemic, asking them what do they think we should do better. And the improvement of gym equipment, the improvement of fitness equipment on board was number one. So that was a bit of surprise. But we need to bear in mind that there are many of new generation and young people now on the ships who have different mindset than perhaps the old fashioned seafarers, let's call it this way. And the third one, which was also extremely important, I'm sure everybody shares the same opinion like me here, is internet availability on the ships. So that was of an extreme importance. It was a vital thing during the pandemic. It is now, we can call it welfare, since the crew are more, the crew changes are more relaxed these days. But I don't think the industry can get away or roll back on the internet, especially that we offer free internet on all our fleet. So it's unlimited free internet to the crew. Of course, depending on the technical facility which is on board each vessel, but generally most of the ships now, they have good internet connection. Of course, the crew, they have access to all their beloved ones, and you know, but of course, we have noted that despite many thoughts in the past that this will distract the crew and so on, actually, I believe personally, and from our experience on more than 12,000 seafarers, that I don't think this is a distraction tool, but it's the opposite. It helps the crew to be happy and to be focused on their jobs.
Thank you, Captain. Thank you, Captain Fauzi. Nikos, your thoughts? What sort of initiative or campaigns you are running?
Apostolos, seizing this opportunity, first of all, we'd like to thank the Safety for Sea team for this kind invitation. We're really honored to participate, very well, and we are looking forward to receive your emails for the upcoming years and all events related and organized by Safety for Sea family. As concerns my company, Latsko Marine, I have to state that Captain Fauzi has totally covered the main and serious benefits or initiatives that have been performed and have been taken in pandemic years from our side. Since for LMM, one of main value is care for people, and we put people first. An additional, let's say, initiative that took place was a vaccination bonus. The reason for that bonus was mainly to give an additional motivation to the seafarers and not, let's say, to push them in order to be vaccinated, as an additional motivation in order to support also them to be vaccinated either on board through vaccination campaign schemes that were provided at various ports, or to their home countries. Really agreed with Captain Fauzi. The importance of internet is stated and recognized during the 2 years. For that reason, we also provided free internet to all the seafarers on board to the entire fleet, giving them the chance, the ability better to come closer with their families and not have the sense of isolation. Additional and not so main, but important was an initiative that we took the last year concerning the crew catering services. We provided to seafarers a specific menu through a recognized provider, giving them nutrition and specific catering services in order to have them in a better health condition, let's say, and feel that they have free access at anything that everybody have when be ashore.
Okay. Thank you, Nikos. Ioanna.
Hello. Thank you very much for inviting me. We have a number of initiatives. First of all, we have a crew welfare officer in-house who is an ex-chef. He attends the ships, reviews the records of the menus, provision inventories, entertainment equipment, and he's always in communication with our crew members. We are also upgrading our onboard satellite systems in order to achieve better internet speeds and also to be able to offer free internet, especially in our older fleet, because the new vessels already have these upgraded systems. And during the crew welfare 2019, because we ran also the 2021, we have seen very interesting results. And when the pandemic started, and everyone was basically stranded on board and no shore leave was allowed, we came up with the idea of the crew games. These are a number of tournaments, such as basketball, chess, table tennis, Monopoly. There are around 12 games that we offer. We have the requirement of a minimum of 10 participants in order to engage as more crew members as possible. And the goal was to revive the mess rooms, because with the internet, what we see is that everyone is after work in his cabin, not communicating with the fellow crew members. So we started these tournaments this is not obligatory. Whoever wants to participate, they participate. We have the prizes for the winners and the runner-ups. And also we organize a prize awards for all crew members, like ordering pizzas, burgers at a convenient port in order to compensate for the shore leaves that still in some countries are banned. We introduced also the element of humor, because when we discuss welfare, we need to add humor. We had the Hunger Games theme for 2021, and now we have the Squid Game theme. And really, we receive very interesting videos, photos, reports. Our crew members, they make certificates for the winners. And I think that everyone enjoys them very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Anna. Adriu, your thoughts, what sort of initiatives or campaigns you have in mind during this period?
Yeah, thanks very much. And like my panel colleagues here, it's a pleasure to be able to talk to you today. I'll just kickstart very, very quickly with three key approaches that we have towards crew welfare at RightShip. The first is we work with stakeholders. So as an ESG-focused digital maritime platform, we work with a range of different industry stakeholders to champion the cause for our seafarers, with the view to creating a safer, more sustainable and socially acceptable environment for them. We work closely with charities such as the Mission to Seafarers, Sailors Society, as well as with industry fora such as the Global Maritime Forum, and of course, by working directly with the broad range of customers that we support. And this enables us to use our unique industry position through our vetting and screening services and the data that is contained on our digital platform to provide visibility across the value chain, but also through our inspections program to be able to check welfare standards and include this as part of the vessel assessment criteria that we have. And I think that just before I touch on initiatives very quickly, just to talk about accountability, of course, one of the things we're very keen on is driving accountability. So being able to hold organizations accountable, particularly where they demonstrate that they are willing to allow inappropriate conditions on board to ensue at the detriment of seafarers. Just very quickly on initiatives then, the Code of Conduct is probably the leading initiative that we have. In 2021, RightShip partnered with the Sustainable Shipping Initiative, the Institute for Human Rights in Business, and the RAFTO Association to launch an industry crew code of conduct. Part of this was a self-assessment tool that was developed and launched, and that is downloadable from, amongst others, the RightShip website and also our platform. And this is a self-assessment completed by owners and managers. So it's an opportunity for owners and managers to evaluate where they are above regulatory standards and focused on best practice, and to be able to get that uploaded so people can really see that they're committed to the welfare aspects of the seafarers as well. I think the final initiative that I would just highlight is the work that we do very closely with a number of maritime charities. They all do fantastic, very laudable work to make a very real impact to seafarers around the community, and it's something that we strongly support. Thank you.
May I ask Adriu, as a quick follow-up question, can you share with us the figure, the number, maybe an approximate number of ship managers that have, let's say, participated in this self-assessment of yours with the code of conduct? Any sort of idea where we stand?
Yeah, we've got around, well, there's well in excess of 160 companies now that have had a look at that. And I think more so when you take those companies and you look at how many vessels that actually applies to, we're starting to get that sort of permutation across the industry. Yeah, it's a great tool. I would really encourage people to go on and have a look at that and download it and, self-assess against it for sure.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Gabriel, what sort of initiative or campaigns you have in mind during this period?
Okay, first of all, Apostolos, Kyvernitis for having me. It's really great to be part of this forum, and I do agree with everything that's been said so far. And the old saying still goes: "Pandemic chances." So it's food and entertainment is always a great win. When it comes specifically to Safety Tech Accelerator, as you might know, we are on a mission to spread the adoption of safety technologies to really improve safety and well-being of seafarers on vessels. So in terms of the campaigns and the initiatives that we have launched during this period, all of them really revolve around the technology and its role, most importantly, its role as an enabler towards crew well-being, but most importantly, safety. So just to name a few of the most interesting ones, there is, for example, from the a well-being questionnaire that is being rolled out to fleets and to vessels, so that we can capture on a proactive way and much more often than once a semester or once a year the actual emotional well-being of the seafarer on board each and every given day, all the way to visual analytics and audio analytics. So basically using artificial intelligence to detect patterns in speech or also in behaviors that tell us proactively whether or not a crew member is fatigued or whether or not there is any specific mental health issue that can be detected. So bringing proactivity into the vessel using technology as an enabler and as a facilitator.
Thank you, Gabriel. As it was mentioned, I would like to address the topic of social, let's say, isolation or social interaction on board. It's a key issue. Ioanna mentioned an effort and initiative towards reviving crew mess rooms. I think there are a couple of opposing approaches to the issue. The topic is there. It is a real-life challenge, especially for those of us who have visited ships in the past and where we are today. People have the tendency to go to their cabins. There seems to be some sort of extended, or maybe sometimes not so extended, isolation, social isolation. So there are two opposing, I would say, approaches. One approach is, yes, we accept that because this is how the younger generation feels, and we have the, let's say, we accept that people may be immersed in a digital world. And there is another opposing approach of trying to do our best in order to bring people back to the mess rooms and so on and so forth. Let me have your thoughts. Captain Fauzi, what are your thoughts on this, and what sort of initiatives you may have in mind towards addressing the issue? Your thoughts.
Well, with regards to the issue of upgrading the condition and the accommodation, if I understood you well, right? This was the, I fully agree that today, of course, the new delivered ships and the new built ships are very much in much better situation than perhaps how it was a long time ago. But honestly speaking, I feel that the actual MLC standards with regards to the ship's accommodation are satisfactory. I mean, I don't want really to reinvent the wheel or say something which look just to look attractive or satisfying some wishes. I feel that most of the ships are in satisfactory accommodation condition. Of course, there are some ships of smaller size and on different trade where life is a bit more challenging, but they are not the majority of ships I think we are talking about in this forum. So in that situation, I'm very satisfied personally. I mean, based on the feedback I have from the crew. I think the gym, if you ask me something which has to be part of future changes in MLC, is to have a gym on board as a mandatory part of the construction, not as a favor or as an initiative. This is something which I think must be part of the crew satisfaction. But also, if we compare managers and different owners, you'll see that also the equipment which is there, not necessarily the space, but the equipment which you offer to the crew. For example, Filipinos, they like karaoke. Some people video streaming today. For example, we have a number of ships where we offer video streaming, so people can watch the latest movies, almost like as they come to the cinemas. Especially that crew cannot go shore. So there are a lot. I heard my colleagues. There are a lot of initiatives. Of course, I cannot take a lot of time, but there are a lot of initiatives which are similar here and there. So I see there is the intention from all the managers and the owners to do something good, but perhaps what is missing is to have a kind of guidelines, more of kind of to regulate a bit this welfare thing. And to make some industry guideline which people can follow. There are the good players and there are the less good players, so to bring people together at the same level.
Yeah. Nikos, your thoughts?
I think that the subject is the living condition on board and all parameters under this subject. Needless to say that the technology has significantly support and assist the well-being and the happiness of all crew on board. Of course, the pandemic has negatively affected the lives of seafarers. I think that the 2 pandemic years, we have many initiatives to this direction, to this direction that support the seafarers prolonged stay, as it concerns the internet access and the free Wi-Fi, how to say better, the access to their tablets from their cabins and the possibility to have a free conversation with their family and their friends ashore without have the presence of their colleagues on board. We had discussions, in order to be honest with you, internally to our company, because we would like the seafarers to be in a type of isolation with their cabins doors closed and not have interaction between them, not have relations, exchange experience, the importance of that. We concluded that the Wi-Fi and the internet needs to be freely to all the accommodation, and for the time being, we have not any implication on that. We had a circulated specific letter, in order to be honest, about the orthodox use, let's say, of free internet access on board. We can discuss and count numerous of initiatives during these years. It was a great challenge for all of us. Nobody were prepared, and the condition was unpredictable. But I think at the end of the day, and while the virus is still here, I think that we have not come to the end. The total outcome is positive. I think that the seafarers demonstrated very positive behavior, understanding, patience. They take the advantages from the technologies on board. And at the end of the day, the crew rotation, the rotation plan, the disembarkation and embarkation has been successfully completed, although the difficulties we have to affront.
Okay, thank you, Nikos. Ioanna.
Our approach is to have all the options open, to have free internet, good connectivity in their cabins, also to develop initiatives to revive the mess rooms, because at the end of the day, it's their life. They should choose whatever they want to do. However, it is a big discussion about how they are more disconnected from the ship, and they're like being at home, but at the same time away from home. They are in constant communication, but they cannot, let's say, participate in their home activities. However, they are burdened with the problems or any issues that their families or friends are communicating to them while they are on board. Also, during discussions with our crew members, during attendances or debriefings, etc., we have noticed that also they are not developing the bonds and friendships that we have seen in the past. Someone that, for example, I was on board the ship when I started for 3 months. I remember that I still have friendships with the crew members that were on board at that time. And I think that these elements and the loneliness is connected to the human factors which affect safety. We need to find the ways to develop the team on board. And also when they are lonely, they might feel depressed, and they are burdened with problems at home. This also affects situational awareness. Therefore, everything is connected. And the only way that we could find at the moment is just to bring as many initiatives as we can and provide options.
Okay, thank you, Anna. Andrew, your thoughts on the topic?
Excuse me. I think, firstly, just to acknowledge and agree with Ioanna, I think it's about bringing all of the options. So I think, from my perspective, I would perhaps shine a lens of diversity, equity, and inclusion on this. So you need the diversity of options for the seafarers. Certainly the internet is hugely important for that connectivity and communication back to families. And I think if you look at the recent proposed changes to the MLC convention, that's very much a focus on having that internet there. But I think, by having those options, then it's about creating an environment where, irrespective of what options people would like to choose, they feel included. So, 1 week, maybe they want to sit in their cabin on the internet back to their family. But then the following week they come and they want to be part of those games or quizzes that are in the mess, then they're accepted, and the environment is there, the options are there for them, and they're actually they feel part of the team still. And I think just the final point, again, to sort of affirm my thoughts around what Ioanna said, is I absolutely believe that this has an impact on safety. Because everyone needs that mental solace, that ability to step away, so that when they come to the table and they're expected to perform on safety critical tasks, they bring their full selves to that task. So yeah, I think it's hugely important to have that variety there.
Thank you, Andrew. Gabriel?
Yeah, I completely agree with Andrew. I think it really, generally speaking, depends on company by company basis. So from my specific point of view, I think the working culture on board must be one where the employee and therefore the seafarer feels valued, rewarded on one side with flexibility, so the availability to be able to participate to initiatives and games on board, but also the flexibility to be able to go back to his cabin and speak with his loved ones. And I also believe from an inclusion and from a cultural standpoint, what personally makes me feel valued is knowing that I'm part of a team and knowing that I'm encouraged in developing and learning because I can see a clear pattern in front of me. So obviously I do agree with everything in relation to the accommodation being fit for purpose, the internet, the quality of the connection, but I think also from a more soft point of view, the ability that we as a company can give seafarers of developing their own career and their own pattern and feeling secure not only in the job but also from a family standpoint and from a safety standpoint on board. I think when the mind is at peace because you can provide for your family and you can do so in full safety, then having a good career path and learning progression in front of you, then everything else follows. And again, people start behaving more proactively on board, which then ties back to what Andrew just said. So this is massively important for safety, but also for operational performance on board vessels.
Okay, thank you. I think during the past 2.5 years with the pandemic, there is some sort of consensus across the industry that, happiness is a key issue with respect to safety on board ships. So we need happy and well-rested and, properly trained crews and so on and so forth in order to have safe ships. We've seen a lot of collaboration across the industry during the past 2.5 years, and that's a positive, let's say, sign. Now, I would like to, as we are moving, let's say, post-COVID, to put it in a sense, yes, the pandemic is still here, but now we are not in the same position as we were, let's say, 2.5 years ago. We have learned a lot of things from what happened. The industry has gathered, has collaborated to move forward. I would like to ask you, post-COVID, forward-looking, what do you think are the next steps towards, let's say, physical, mental, and social well-being? What are the next steps? Where should we as an industry focus? I would like to positively comment what Captain Fauzi said earlier on. We need some sort of guidelines. I would like to also state, for those who are not in full understanding of this, MLC is about minimum standards. It's not that you have to do the MLC standards. MLC is the minimum standard to get a certification. There are ships, I would like to state, for example, cruise ships and LNG ships, where the standards of living are well above the MLC standards for a number of reasons. But I fully agree also with what Captain Fauzi said. There are some ships in local trade where maybe it's a little bit more challenging, let's say, for the crews to stay on board the ships. We all understand that. We've seen such ships and we understand why this is happening. So I would like to have your thoughts, post-COVID, forward-looking. What do you think should be the next steps? Captain Fauzi.
Thank you again, and I agree, of course, with most of what has been said. I think going forward, we need to have sustainable solutions because sustainability is what we are looking for now. And sustainable solutions meaning things which will last forever, for a long time at least, and which will benefit and become part of the routine rather than initiatives. So perhaps we need to go out of the initiative stage now and try to structure our solutions and make them part of the business as usual. For that reason, we are now working with some partners in consolidating all these solutions under one umbrella, and there are some providers who are working on these kind of solutions, meaning that in one package you offer to the crew the mental health, telemedicine, for example. This is something which was extremely helpful during the COVID period and we know that seafarers do not have access easily to medical facilities everywhere in the world now. The third part is to give the crew nutrition plans and planning. And of course, this comes with menus and recipes and all this stuff. The fourth one is about hygiene and offering people solutions on how to manage the hygiene on board, and also have plans and structured plans against pandemics and whatever can happen in the future. And the fifth pillar of that, of course, it's learning and education and training on board. So this is extremely as well important, and we try to put all that under one package, under one management, so that we have sustainable solutions. We know what we want to achieve, and regardless of who are actually the entities which are providing these services, there is one quality and one service, and then we care about our people in a more structured way going forward. And to be honest, we are already in that transition. We of course, like most of my colleagues here, we had a huge number of initiatives and ideas, and now we actually concluded which are the initiatives which can continue for the future.
Okay, Nikos, your thoughts?
Yes, Apostolos, Captain has totally covered, in order to be honest, about the next day. As we said correctly, lessons learned. This is very important for all of us who are involved in the shipping industry. I'm sure that shipping was for the first, let's say, industries that has been successfully and speedy adjusted in the new conditions and the new status quo of our daily activities. I'm waiting these achievements, because we are talking also for achievements at this challenging period, to be continued in the future, and to have the support, let's say, from the technologies and from the digitalization, any third party that will further support the seafarers' conditions on board concerning their health, physical and mental health, or social well-being. A part that has been affected during the pandemic was the permission of the seafarers to go ashore during vessel stay at various ports. You can understand how risky it was for us in order to provide this green light to our seafarers. And we really understood the importance of this specific case. We want the seafarers to refresh their minds in order to go out and, walking around and revert to the vessel with more energy, how to say, better and powerful. But it was something that we count on the basic level of mental health on board. It has been affected, and based on the recent conditions, this privilege has been provided again based on criteria. I think that we successfully responded to these challenges in total. It is very important that we work together, everybody from his perspective, in order the seafarers to stay in healthy and safe condition on board, and enable them to return to their families without, let's say, high delays. Nothing additional.
Okay, thank you. Ioanna.
Well, with regards to lessons learned from the pandemic, I believe that mostly governments failed seafarers and failed to deliver on their obligations according to MLC, and not managers and owners. I don't know if this will change. We have seen it with the key workers designation. Anyhow, about the welfare, yes, we certainly need a roadmap of best management practices and not the minimum requirements. Personally, I found very helpful the RightShip self-assessment. We found also ideas that we could implement in the future, and we are looking and always searching for other initiatives and other measures that we could implement.
By the way, talking about the RightShip, before Andrew speak, talking about RightShip, my feedback from those who have, let's say, reviewed or maybe submitted the self-assessment for the code of conduct, the majority of these operators, despite their size, some of them are, let's say, in excess of 50 ships under management, find it a little bit difficult, if not challenging. And I think they find the majority of these ideas included in this, you know, the code has levels, absolutely. But if you review all these ideas over there and all these actions that may be implemented, they find it a little bit challenging, to put in that sense. Adri, what are your thoughts? What is your feedback with this code of conduct you have? Because it's a nice initiative. I think it's so far well received by the industry. I'm interested about the number of ship managers that have submitted their self-assessment. Yes. I would like to hear from you to the extent that you may share with us what sort of feedback you are receiving, what sort of, you know, ideas you can share with us out of what you see from the submissions.
Yeah, sure. And you know, thanks very much, you know, for bringing this to the fore. It is coming up to a year since the code of conduct was launched, and as I mentioned, in excess of 160 DOC companies, and roughly 1/10 of the world trading fleet has that. If you look at across those DOC companies, roughly 1/10 of the world trading fleet is covered by those self-assessments. The point was mentioned before about MLC, and I think from yourself that MLC represents minimum regulatory compliance, and that is the case. So, you know, we're always striving to drive best standards. And of course, if you look at the MLC convention itself, and I think that the point that Joanna made as well around governments, you know, sort of extends them beyond into MLC governance as well. You know, less than 60% of IMO's 174 member states have ratified the MLC convention, and whilst it applies to around 95% of the world fleet, the enforcement of the MLC around different parts of the world, you know, varies quite considerably. So the code of conduct takes a view above minimum baseline requirements, looks at best practices, and across 8 separate chapters, one of which is for charterers. Yes, there is mixed feedback. There is always mixed feedback. People have different opinions, and we have to embrace that. But you know, of course, where perhaps people see those things as being challenging, then of course, if we reframe that as an opportunity, that there is, you know, scope then to try and reach that consistency and standardization that was mentioned as well. You know, I think what I would just say is that maybe as a final point for that is that this was a co-creation of a range of different industry stakeholders that come together to create this. It was charterers, it was banks, it was ship owners and ship managers. So there was input and feedback from across a broad cross-section of the industry to develop that. And just to give other people a chance to chat there, I think just in terms of your question around COVID, I think we need to continue to work collectively as a collegiate cohort of companies. I think we need to embrace the vulnerability of seafarers, which I think Nikos mentioned as well. And I think we need to increase transparency on standards and conditions, and almost call out the bad actors, so that you know, that we can help move the situation along.
Okay. Gabriel, your thoughts?
Well, I surely think that in general, the definition of, when we go back to happiness, what does happiness of a seafarer mean? It really changes on individual. So nobody can really give a definite answer. That said, I believe that you know, security from a financial perspective, as well as oneself and the family, whereas working in this inclusive and safe environment, is massively important. And I would like to look back here to the value of technology that we have, because with technology we can roll on board vessels today, what we do get is exposure to many more data points and many more accurate data points. So whereas at this point in time, we can collect once per year feedback from seafarers, are you happy on board, how are you feeling, etc. We now can do that relatively cheaply on a consistent basis on board, either in an automated way or on a proactive way from the seafarers. So this is, however, an insight. And I think from a cultural standpoint, what does it give us? It gives us insight, it gives us data, but then it's very important that companies can act on that data because technology is always and will always be an enabler, and it's up to the corporate culture and it's up to all of us as an industry to come together and decide, okay, what do we do with this data? Because, for example, today we still incentivize seafarers to work overtime. Obviously, there are specific requirements in terms of work and rest, but seafarers do get paid more to work overtime, and sometimes in short trades. And we've been sailing on vessels where we had 15 and 12-hour voyages, so it's all around the clock. And these people are a different breed of humans in a way, because they have a massive resilience, but this, especially in the long term, impacts also judgment and has repercussions on safety. So how do we come together as an industry to proactively action that data that technology as an enabler gives us? I think that's the most important question for everybody attending today.
Okay, now I have a couple of questions before we wrap up the panel. One is about, and that would be my second one, about your message regarding the Day of the Seafarer on the 25th of June. But before we go there, I would like to ask you to be brief in these couple of questions. My next question, I would like to have your quick feedback. I would like to ask you if you feel that the seafarers are valued, let's say, in their role, and what we as an industry should change or maybe improve. Well, a couple of issues, maybe one issue, so it's up to you. What should we improve in order to make them feel happier, in order to make them feel more important? What should you change? Where should we focus to make them feel more important? Captain Fauzi.
Very excellent question, Apostolos, and very beautiful question at the end of the such panel. Yes, it is really important to give value to the seafarers, and one of the things when we run our surveys, some of the feedback always comes about seafarers willing and wanting more and more to feel valuable and to feel part of the family, of the big family. One of the things which I found always not really throwing flowers to my own company, but I always found very interesting that every seafarer in our fleet has the mobile number of our CEO. So it's a public information, and it is something. Sometimes I make jokes about it with some people who they work in a small company and they don't know the mobile number of their own CEO, whereas here to make people feel that they're part of the organization, they have access to the top management, easy access, to give them different ways of communicating their problems, their fears, their issues, their concerns, either through open reporting systems, through mental health hotline, through WhatsApp, through emails, having all the numbers and contact points of the top management and the directors. That gives a lot of comfort, a lot of solutions to the seafarers, and above all and most of all is to communicate with them, to call the ships, to talk with the ships, to visit the ships, to go on board, to meet them, greet them, send them nice letters, sometimes communicate with people individually when they do a good job, to tell them thank you for the good job done, and to give them careers, also opportunities. I think this is very important as well.
Okay, thank you. Nikos, your thoughts?
I think that more than ever, the seafarers has to feel that they are valued in our lives. As we discussed, the human element during these years was really proved to be important to the global commercial chain, let's say, all their in the transportation sector. I think that the seafarers, due to the upcoming Seafarers Day, has to feel proud and valued. And since we are still talking about manned vessels, and we have not been in the era of fully automated vessels, the seafarers' affection and importance is underlined and recognized. You know about the measures that has been adopted in regards to the seafarers in order to provide them the ability to travel globally, enabling them to go to their homes. This is also something that has been performed during the pandemic, provide flexibility to the seafarers, and this has to. This is a great, let's say, instance example for the seafarers, how they are recognized, and we all live this period. All the parties they recognize the seafarers as key workers. This is something that has not been in the past, and I think that after this difficult period, the seafarers has to feel honored, proud, and valued to all the global entity.
Okay, thank you, Nikos. Ioanna.
Well, there are instances that we see some behaviors not quite appropriate from pilots, agents, cargo surveyors, etc., that there are not as they should. In my opinion, the problem lies outside of the industry. In shipping, we all respect seafarers, but their role and their importance is not recognized by the general public or politicians, governments, etc. I believe that would be helpful if IMO or ILO should launch campaigns so the general public learns about the importance of seafarers, because there is absolutely no trade without healthy and able to perform seafarers. I remember one idea would be, I remember the celebration of the 100 years of the Greek ship owners. The video that played on that celebration was only about seafarers, and it was really a very good video, because there would not be Greek ship owners without the seafarers. This is the backbone of the industry.
This is it. Adriu, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think overall, I don't believe seafarers really feel the value they should. They're off, they're the unsung, unrecognised key workers, and often they're at the centre of opportunistic behaviours. They're caught up in piracy, in geopolitical crossfire. The way that they were sort of treated with COVID, being unable to be repatriated. Some people left at home without pay, others can't get off. Ships having to endure absolutely horrific conditions of, for example, sailing around with deceased seafarers on board, unable to repatriate them. That is not how you value a workforce that enables 90% of world trade. What needs to change? I think there needs to be an increase in standardization, both of regulatory adoption and enforcement and governance around standards. The ability to follow through on social responsibility by organizations, and the rolling out or the rooting out, I should say, of sort of socially unacceptable practices that are there, things like debt bondage, where people are having to actually pay to secure employment. So that there's a lot of work to do, and we need to come together. We need to bring these things to the fore, and really work collegiately and collaboratively to root them out and elevates the conditions on board for our seafarers.
Okay. And Gabriel?
Yeah, for sure, I agree that there needs to be a recognition of seafarers as key workers, most importantly, together with a more uniform approach when it comes to regulatory framework. We need to have a more overarching regulatory framework, which is very, very diversified based on countries and each port of call, basically. From the standpoint of working on board specific vessels, again, an inclusive environment where seafarers are rewarded with flexibility from the companies, but also encourage and given a clear advancement prospects, for me is quite important. But again, these men that defy the seas are heroes, and they do allow us to live the standard of living that we do. They enable us to have food on our table, energy in our homes. So it's really, really important that we give the right standing from a societal standpoint when it comes to adopting the right reforms on a regulatory level. Again, this should be on the forefront of the agenda, but sometimes because of, again, the difficulties and the various layers of complexities with flag, with states, with various holdings, this becomes very, very difficult to roll out on a consistent basis. So that should be on the forefront on a political agenda in any case.
Okay, thank you. Now, in lieu of a closing statement, I would like to ask you to be brief in the range of 30 to 40 seconds, maybe. I would like to have your final thoughts on the occasion of this year's Day of the Seafarer on the 25th of June, in a couple of days. What is your key message to industry stakeholders and our seafarers? What are your thoughts, Captain Fauzi?
Sorry, Apostolos, was, yeah.
What's your key message in the forthcoming Day of the Seafarer regarding the role of the seafarers? What's your key message to industry stakeholders or to seafarers? So,
yeah, actually, for this specific Day of Seafarer, the strategy we followed in preparing our, of course, nice videos and messages is to focus on the actual job of the seafarer, the actual tasks they do. My message to the industry is that we really need to promote more and to show more what the seafarer does on day-to-day basis. Everybody knows or understands. Even a child would know what a captain is, and there is also a bit of imagination and fiction based on old movies and Titanic and stuff like that. But the modern seafarer of today is not really well known, and there are nice videos in some specific channels without naming them. But I think this is what we should do as industry, to explain who is the bosun, who is the pumpman, who is the electrician on the ship, and who is the chief engineer, who's the wiper, what he does actually, what wiper job is. I think this would be nice, and this is what we want really to do now in Colombia, to make short videos and small nice things which we can share. But perhaps as industry we can do this all together one day.
Yeah, Nikos.
We recognize their job, obviously, and want them to feel active as well, active members. And we will continue to have brainstorming, find more initiatives, and actions in order to support further them as company as well. We are acting as green department here with our seafarers, like not to be unique IDs, you know what I mean? As Captain Fauzi said earlier, the bosun or the pumpman is not a unique ID number something, but is Nikos, and we know him very well, and we invest in this relationship, and we believe that this relationship make them feel that they are working in a family, and make also their families, their lovely ones, more trustful and better, feeling better about their families, about their persons of the family. This is the message. The seafarers will continue to be the first line workers. will continue to, let's say, positively occupy our lives, and we thank them. This is the only one that we have to say. We thank them more than ever about the efforts and the actions that they demonstrated during these years, and we owe to them, due to the conditions that we had in previous years, how to say only two words. Thank you, Seafarer.
Okay, thank you, Nikos. Ioanna.
Well, I would repeat what I said earlier, that there is no shipping nor trade without healthy and able to perform seafarers. Therefore, for us, of course, they are our colleagues, and we owe our jobs to them, and it is our duty to protect them, provide them whatever they need to carry out their job. And for sure, our industry needs to do some marketing.
Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. Adrift.
Yeah, I think I just echo what Nikos said. Message to the seafarers is very simple. Thank you from everyone around the world who depends on the service that you provide, the amazing service that you provide and deliver. My message for industry stakeholders is with 90% of goods around the world still moved by sea, the global economy and the world community rely on the 1.6 million seafarers to enable that. So it's time for us to learn from the past and work together as leaders to call out the bad actors and practices, elevate standards, and be true to ourselves by increasing accountabilities for our seafarers. And to finish off, from my side, just to quote Nelson Mandela, who said, to deny people their human rights is to actually challenge their very humanity. So we need to learn from that, and we need to embrace.
Okay, thank you, Andrew. And Gabriel?
Me, John, the rest of the team, really, of the guys, in thanking, giving a massive thank you for the seafarers around the world, because again, they do enable us to live the lives that we live. In terms of stakeholder message, once again, technology allows us to get insights, but are companies ready to act on insights? Are they ready to take action? And does their culture support taking ownership to actually change? And until all these questions are answered with an unanimous yes, then our industry can not really move forward on the commitment that we have on the crew, and that commitment will only remain in words.
Okay, thank you, Gabriel. I would like to thank you all for the nice discussion and the insightful points raised during our discussion. I would like to thank our panelists. I would like to thank our viewers as well. Stay tuned. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I would like to firstly thank Safety for Sea team for this great initiative and for the opportunity to speak during the Crew Welfare Week. It's absolutely an honor to be here and sharing some of our stories with you. We all know that crew is extremely vital for the existence of shipping, and during the COVID era, it has been an extremely important subject that has concentrated in the heart of every shipping company or shipping operator. My name is George Kyvernitis, and I'm one of the founders and managing partners of Kyvernitis Travel Group, a leading corporate and leisure travel service provider, part of the Amex GBT brand and its esteemed global network of energy, marine, and mining. Our team consists of more than 120 professionals who are able to deliver a broad spectrum of travel services, including crew travel. We are Kyvernitis Amex GBT, one of the largest crew travel companies with over 40 years of experience in providing travel services for the crew departments of shipping companies. We have been working with some of the biggest names in the industry in Greece and abroad, and we feel that we would like to call ourselves experts in relation to crew travel. We all agree that the needs of the marine sector are constant and extremely demanding, and it takes a lot of expertise to serve this industry. Just to give you a brief insight of our crew travel department, our team consists of 35 members who serve annually more than 150,000 crew members and operate around the clock in order to meet the needs of our worldwide clients. We are fortunate to operate in a shipping superpower nation such as Greece, where shipping is the oldest form of occupation. Greek ship owners control over 21% of the worldwide deadweight tonnage. We have the largest fleet in terms of ownership, which amounts to approximately 5,450 ships, and we employ approximately 25,000 shipping crew members within the industry. Now, if we convert that into revenue, then I think we can look to approximately 14 billion euros that comes from shipping. Quite a large number. Obviously, there are nations with great history in the shipping world, such as Japan, China, and Hong Kong, which are following quite closely. But let's take a closer look at what has changed over the last couple of years in the transportation of crew travel and what challenges and threats the industry has been facing. Crew travel has changed a lot over the last year or so, and the adaptation of technology is looking to generate some fundamental changes for the industry. Over the years, the industry has transformed itself with bigger ships to accommodate the demand for transportation, smarter ships to create efficiency, eco-friendly ships to protect the environment, and specialized ships to attract the needs of specialized cargoes. However, one thing has remained unchanged for the shipping industry, and this is the existence of crew on board a vessel. Around 90% of world goods and resources are transported by ships, and there is a global army of ship crew and offshore workers who play a vital role in the world economy by spending lengthy periods of time at sea, away from their families and loved ones, in order for us to benefit from all the modern day commodities that we rely upon. For ship owners and energy companies, mobilizing a vessel could cost thousands of dollars per day. Therefore, ensuring crew is in place one time anywhere around the world is paramount. It is a challenging business for the most operators and supply chain contractors to ensure the smooth and seamless, as well as efficient movement of the people all around the world and 365 days a year. There is an estimated invisible workforce of about 1.5 million working on world's ships. This sizable group of individuals are the responsibility of the crew managers of every shipping company in the world. Now, Balancing the requirements and satisfaction of the crew with the corporate interests of the ship makes the crew manager's roles incredibly challenging. They are on a fine line, weighing the needs and wants of every crew member against the financial stability of the ship, and sometimes the entire shipping company itself. Furthermore, their role is made way more challenging due to the rapidly increasing digitalization of the industry. Let's look at the 5 greatest challenges that crew managers are currently facing and how we, as a travel management company, can assist those departments and those crew managers with the use of technology to provide more benefits and better results for the crew itself. Number 1, reducing cost while increasing efficiency. They're looking to reduce the cost on a yearly basis, while at the same time, they're trying to increase the efficiency internally. Number 2, flexibility. They're looking to create flexibility as the changes and the measurements provided in the shipping industry are so rapid that it is extremely difficult to predict until the very last minute where that crew is going to change and what are the parameters or procedures for that particular change on that destination. Staff retention. The staff retention rates, it is extremely difficult. Even though there is a great deal of loyalty on those crew members to retain those people, given their hard work that they put in a day-to-day basis, the fact that they are away from the families and also the shortage that we are currently looking is going to exist within the next couple of years makes it more of a challenging task. Fourth, the staff recruitment. The fourth challenge, which is also something that we're going to face in the future, is staff recruitment. Recruitment challenges have become more and more significant in recent times. Shipping is not a particularly high-profile industry, and so younger generations don't readily consider a career in this sector, which means that crew managers may find it difficult to attract young individuals and hire them to be the right people for the right job. Staff shortages also mean that crew managers are keen than ever to improve travel experiences as part of a drive to increase crew retention. They can do this by limiting last-minute changes, reducing uncertainty, or offering access to more detailed information ahead of travel. In order to enhance crew rotation, crew needs to be supported and recognized for their work and see potential for development both within the industry and their future career. The role of crew managers is mission critical in the maritime sector. They face the daily challenge of balancing the needs and wants of seafarers against the financial health of the ship and the shipping company, and all that in an extremely turbulent and unpredictable industry. The support and expertise that we have as a travel management company can save them time and money for ships and provide security and compliance for crews no matter where they are. Another factor is seafarer well-being. It's no secret that the shipping industry is facing unprecedented change. There is increased interest in the opportunities and challenges that technology brings to the shipping industry and greater attention to seafarers' welfare and well-being. Like any industry pushing to be more efficient, the need for reduced costs and greater results can compromise crew safety. Crew is expected to take heavier workloads, may work longer hours, and take less time off, leading to fatigue. There are several dangers related to this, including the impact of the safety on those on board due to a loss of concentration or additional work purposes, but also the possibility of making a mistake that can cost the shipping company or the casualty of the entire ship. It's important to understand that such issues for crew managers to appreciate the physical and mental health requirements of their team. Enhanced training and greater communication can empower crew to have the necessary skills and knowledge to apply strategies to cope with day-to-day stresses, as well as ensuring those managing travel properly, understanding the crew's needs on offshore travel. But let's look at how we feel that crew travel is going to reshape. It is clear by now that the industry is facing or will face shortage. And we mentioned that a little bit above. Therefore, every aspect that embodies and relates to the crew needs to come together as one unit to create a working experience and a path that will ensure the safety of the crew. Our role is vital. We're part of a long chain, and with the use of integrated technology for the shipping company, the crew operators and the crew department, and the crewing agency, and the various suppliers, we can provide this environment for the crew. Now, how do we do it? And what results they can bring for the shipping company? First of all, we provide technology such as crew rotation, which is integrated within the systems of all appropriate and necessary parties. It handles crew change and transitioning the information one system as part of the chain. It gives more time to focus on primary responsibilities instead of wasting time on useless emailing back and forth and trying to pin down the best possible solution. Now, if that system is also integrated within the HR system of the shipping company, then it reduces the manual process even further. Travel arrangements are imported back into the shipping companies in a time frame of about 2 to 3 minutes. And the HR tool and users can handle all alterations to crew changes from the HR system. It also creates a seamless communication. It reduces the communication need and the processing time. With a click of a button, you can approve or request alternative flights, and crew rotation enables easy handover of workload and allows easy access to crew scheduling. Time and resources efficiency. Time and resources are extremely vital for our working environment. With the provided technology, the crew departments can easily manage large volumes of flight requests with varied itineraries. There's no more need for setting Excel spreadsheets or containing sensitive personal information through unsecure channels. And last but not least, it also provides cost efficiency, up to 80% of reduction in time. Immediate response as to availability and possibilities for the following crew change that is going to happen, with costs and variables, always picking and selecting the most appropriate and the ideal proposal for the desirable crew change. In conclusion, crew changes are vital to prevent and protect seafarers' health, safety, and well-being, thereby ensuring the safe operation of maritime trade. Our job as a travel management company is to provide solutions to shipping companies that ensure timely and seamless crew changes. The best way to accomplish efficient crew changes, which means choosing the most efficient, sustainable route, keeping within the budget and timelines, and being compliant with regulations for safety, crew health, and welfare, is to have a transparent and integrated solution for all parties involved. Imagine a platform where the shipping company, the crew manning agency, the travel management company, and the vessel will have access to the same information in real time. And all that to create a more seamless structure for the crew. We're here to offer solutions that will bring together all parties involved for the well-being of the crew. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for the opportunity to contribute to your Crew Welfare Week Forum. Crew welfare should be a priority for us all. We owe it to the people who work so hard to keep world trade moving, our maritime heroes, the seafarers. They have been among those most directly impacted by stringent restrictions in response to the coronavirus pandemic. Measures introduced to prevent the spread of COVID-19 brought widespread disruption to normal crew change operations, with many seafarers prevented from disembarking or joining their vessels. GAC is no stranger to crew change operations, and where possible, we work closely with the authorities and ship owners or operators, even at the height of the pandemic, to find solutions that enable thousands of seafarers to join their vessels or return to their homes after their tour of duty. Fortunately, in time, most countries took steps to measures to recognize seafarers as key workers and facilitate their movements. And today, travel is largely unrestricted for vaccinated crew, with PCR tests only required in some areas, although unvaccinated seafarers may still have to go through a few more hoops. Countries in Europe and the Americas have now abolished most, if not all, travel restrictions. There are some exceptions, such as Panama, which still requires PCR testing for both on and off signing crews. Africa countries are following suit, though some, like South Africa, for example, require unvaccinated crews to be PCR negative before they can travel in or out the country. Most West African countries have waived all restrictions. In the Middle East, most countries still demanded PCR tests for incoming and outgoing crew. The only exceptions are currently Jordan and Oman. Many ports in India are open for crew changes, but as the situation is very fluid with a new epidemic surge, local regulations are rapidly changing. Sri Lanka has also lifted previous restrictions and currently only require PCR tests for travel. The region where the most restrictions remain in force is the Far East. Crew changes are still banned in China and Taiwan. And in Japan, except for the ports of Nagasaki and Matsure, they are only permitted if a vessel is in port for cargo operations. Korea, Indonesia, and Malaysia require PCR tests, while Singapore now only monitors unvaccinated crew members. Ports in Australia and New Zealand now allow fully vaccinated crews to travel freely, though PCR tests and quarantine may be required for unvaccinated seafarers. At GAC, we have been following developments and measures in place since early 2020. We also created a dedicated section on our website for COVID-19 and crew change related updates from our popular Hot Pot News Bulletin. You can check out what applies for each country at gac.com/coronavirus. By working as a global community, the maritime sector has tackled one of the highest challenges to the people who keep shipping moving, our seafarers. And at GAC, we will continue to do everything in our power to ensure their welfare. Thank you very much for your attention.
Good morning, all. My name is Nikos Stylianou. I am MCTC's dietitian nutritionist, and our topic today is focused on nutrition on board the ships, and we will cover areas focusing on why nutrition plays a vital role on seafarers and why it is important to consider lifetime changes that would benefit your health. The process of taking in food and using it for growth, metabolism, and repair is the definition of nutrition. Even the word nutrition comes from the Latin word nutrir, which means nourish, healing, treating, and actually preventing. So nutrition is the sum of all processes involved in how organisms obtain nutrients, metabolize them, and use them to support all life processes. So nutrition actually is our energy intake in. What we eat becomes our energy, our fuel, our power. So it helps us to do all our daily tasks, our processing with all of our life actually, because without proper nutrition, the body cannot function optimally, and severe inadequacy can lead to disease and even death. Seriously malnourished populations or people unfortunately had to face severe diseases, and it's very important to know to intake the adequate amount of calories per day, but again with the correct amount of nutrients. Not only calories, but nutrients are very important. We know that based on World Health Organization, nutrition is a critical part of health development. So better nutrition is related to improved infant and child and mental health, stronger immune system, safer pregnancy and childbirth, low risk of non-communicable diseases like diabetes and the cardiovascular diseases, and longevity. People with adequate nutrition are more productive and can create opportunities to gradually break the cycles of poverty and hunger. What we mean here is that people that are eating healthier, they have more energy, as we said in the beginning, but also they have clearer mind, they feel stronger, they have more energy, so their decision making is easier, it's better. It's been proven through statistics that people who eat healthy for a specific amount of time, they are more calm in facing difficulties in decision making, as we said. So it's very important that this adequate nutrition can be more productive. So this way, this is what explains that it gives the opportunities to gradually break the cycles for poverty and hunger. Thank you. Factors focusing on obesity. Unfortunately, obesity is increasing worldwide. And due to the pandemic of the last 2 years, the percentages have shown through statistics that they are increased. The main cause of obesity and being overweight is the energy imbalance between calories that we consume and the calories we expend. So what we mean here is that the calories we are intaking, the food we are eating, is higher than the calories we consume through our physical activity, through our exercise, through our daily life. So we need to have balance between these two, what we eat and what we expend, to be around equal. So you stay the same. If you want to lose weight, if somebody wants to lose weight, they need to monitor the energy they are taking in, to be in healthier ways, so it gives us energy actually to exercise and expend more through the calories expended. Globally, increased intake of food there is higher in fat, unfortunately, sugar, and ready-made products. Sugar, unfortunately, can be addictive, and a person that eats sugar daily has the need of eating more sugar per day. So this is an exercise we suggest to the crew and to people on board the ships or off the ships while at shore, to try to decrease the amount of sugar slowly, day by day or week by week, and slowly they will see that they don't need it as much if they are eating enough of the other food groups. Decrease of physical activity because of sedentary forms of work or transportation. So this is another factor that globally has decreased due also to the pandemic. Environmental and societal changes are associated with lack of support sometimes. So we have some populations that they don't have the policies in the following sectors like health, agriculture, transport, urban planning, the environment, the food processing, the distribution, the marketing, and the education. This is a broad subject, but overall, we can say here that a person, while it's on board the ship, we have noticed that because they have a rough schedule, they are actually having a type of physical activity through their work. So this is a benefit for the seafarers. However, trying to monitor also the food intakes, their food intake, their type of nutrients they are intaking, it's very important. And we know that what we eat determines who we are. The ultimate role of food is very important, confused and underestimated. Many people think that it's difficult what to choose and what to eat to stay healthy. And our quality of life is determined by the way food is organized in our brain. So the relationship we have in our brain for food it determines our food choices. So if we have good relationship and feeling happy when we're eating a healthy meal, then our brain sends the messages that we are ready to change and eat healthier and having a food that has less saturated fat or less sugar. If when we eat a healthy meal because we might be on a diet or a specific nutritional plan, we think negatively that we're going to be hungry and all this, then our brain sends negative signals, and this does not help the whole process. So we have to change our mindset, and this will be our main support actually for doing a healthier lifestyle. Infants and babies are the only ones that eat when hungry. They have the ability to eat their food, and when when hunger goes away, they stop eating. After the age of 1, they lose this ability. They eat half from hunger and half from appetite, like children and adults. That's why we say portion is very important, to put the specific, add a specific portion in the plate. When it's finished, wait 5-10 minutes. And if you are still hungry, you can add a little bit more, because most of the time hunger goes away after 5 to 10 minutes. And usually we eat, the rest we are eating is from the appetite, from the feeling of feeling full. So what we eat becomes a difficult task every day because of these factors we have discussed. So having the ability to recognize food is an essential step in the decisional process. So it's a good step to start and organizing our thoughts of what can benefit our lifestyle through our decisions and our brain. The crew members must focus on the following: learning which foods are healthy and which are not, how food and nutrients function in our organisms, what is the scientific use, why they are important when choosing healthier nutritional meals, learning how to gather information, then implement the ones that they are viable and true. So it's important to know when they listen for an information about a healthier meal plan or a diet, to be able to recognize, and it's not difficult to recognize if something is unhealthy or is not a correct way to diet or to follow a nutritional plan. A healthy way is in balance and it's moderation to eat everything. So it's good to challenge other crew members and set realistic goals. So here they can challenge with other cultures and see what they are eating might be healthy, to try it. So all of the above will help in order to optimize health and prevent diseases. A good way is that choose wisely nutrition and healthy dishes. As I said, it's difficult to be on a specific diet program and it can be boring, and it needs to give up foods that we love. Some people think that they need to give up foods they love, but they also think that a diet plan is feeling hungry, and when they stop dieting, weight comes back. However, this is not the way. It doesn't mean you get rid of the foods you love. It's just moderation, and try to eliminate the unhealthy food products with higher fat, higher sugars, as we said, and increase the healthier ones for more days of the week. So you need to take away all negative thoughts of dieting, because then the game is lost. To promote positive thinking through a new way of living, as if this is the way they should be from now on. So not thinking they are on a healthy plan. This will stress them up more. So they have to think of a new way of living. To promote creativity through new dishes, an introduction to new dishes, to support and distinguishing healthier meal plans, to be able to differentiate the some plates and the portions might have different nutritional value. So they might be less calories, but high in sugar. So we need to be able to monitor that too, that they might be higher in calories sometimes, but more nutrients. So we choose that if it makes us feel complete and satisfied better. So some plates have some calories that are higher in fat, and some dishes, they are less. So being able to distinguish that is very important. Foods that are considered healthy have high macronutrient ratio, which means they are higher in vitamins and minerals per calorie. And these are the fruits, the vegetables, the whole grains, the berries, the lentils, the lean meats. Nuts are in this category too. Some foods have, they provide only calories. So they are empty calories, they are called junk food. So these are found in ready-made products, biscuits, cakes, processed meat like ham, sausages, salamis, all these, they are very unhealthy. So we introduce the food items made from scratch. The fresh items are much better. The colorful plates are also a good way to be sure that you are intaking a lot of the first group, the micronutrients with the vitamins and minerals, and the macronutrients, which is protein and carbohydrates. So knowing calories helps not to consume more than needed. Calories are always stated on packages and food labeling. So it's important to being able to take a box and try to read it, try to see how, what is energy, is the calorie given in kcalories and in kjoules. Kcalorie is usually 1,000 calories. You might see 1,000 kcals. To find the K in joules is multiplying calorie with 4.2. And food labeling explains how many calories in 100 grams or 100 milliliters of food or drink. This is a good way to compare. Burning calories, you can burn calories, as we said, through physical activity. See the type of physical activity, the age and the weight of the person. Also the gender here plays a role. The vigorous activity or the slow activity, because the higher the more increased physical activity, it burns more calories for sure. The seafarers should consider that they look after their health and well-being, both at sea and ashore. So they should try to have healthy and nutrition food choices through ensuring balance, as we said, to the following: the carbohydrates, the protein, to moderate fat intake, to increase the fiber, vitamins and minerals, to minimize salt and sugar, to minimize the processed food, as we said, and always to stay hydrated, because we notice on board the ships, they sometimes forget to drink water. It's very important to remember that. And to conclude, healthy nutrition can benefit on the following: feeling positive, decrease stress levels, treat or avoid the development of chronic diseases, increase energy levels, boost self-esteem, provide good blood volume and blood circulation, prevents the organism, and ensure strong immune system function. All these are benefits from a healthier lifestyle. So due to limited influence on quality and quantity of food for several months, seafarers engaging in healthier nutrition and overall lifestyle while on board can benefit multi-ethnic crew members to seek for healthier food supplies. These will include fresh food items and plates made from scratch, This eliminates as much as possible the consumption of ready-made products that are high in saturated fat and sugars. And I would like to thank you very much for your time and hope that I shared some useful information with you. Have a good day.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for being here today. I'm very pleased to be presenting to you at the Crew Welfare Week. My name is Dr. Kate Pike, and I've been the research lead on the Social Interaction Matters project, the SIM project. And today I want to talk to you about the importance and role of food that social interaction plays. The Social Interaction Project was an ISWAN initiative, the International Seafarers Welfare Association Network. SIM was established in January 2020 with the goal to better understand the importance of social interaction on board and its impacts on mental well-being. We also studied the barriers to social interaction and looked at the drivers of social interaction at sea. And the data findings informed recommendations and guidance made within the report, which is due to be republished in a few weeks' time. There were two research phases of this. First was a large stakeholder survey, which had over 900 responses. And we also carried out 10 interviews. And this established a really solid baseline data about the impacts and barriers of social interaction. We then took that and developed phase 2, which involved live trials with 10 different shipping companies. And out of that, there was 21 different vessels participating in the study. And this gave us real life information, looking at what activities were taking place on board at the time. So those were our two phases. And we needed to note that COVID was prevalent during the trial period, so that has impacted on the data that we've secured. And it emphasises many of the issues faced by seafarers already, such as unreliable crew changes, heightened security in nearly all of the ports that they went into, and very little shore leave. For example, only 2 out of our 21 vessels had any shore leave at all. From this, guidance and recommendations were developed, and you will see those, a snapshot of those at the end of the presentation. So there's a wealth of data from this project, and today we're going to focus on food and drink. Just briefly, the key methods that we employed were several different ways of getting information. We firstly appointed a sea and shore ambassador to report back to us about their experiences. And this was particularly the role of the sea ambassador, who kept daily and activity logs on board. And they asked questions about the activities taking place, what space the activity used, and the engagement of the crew. And importantly, what was the impact of these activities on the crew? The ambassadors were also asked to record other events happening on board that maybe prevented the crew from socialising, such as rough weather, maintenance and port calls, and maybe health issues, for example. We also carried out weekly crew surveys, and this was over a period of 2 to 3 months, which was usually the trial duration. And this established a really good overview of the crew's mental well-being, whether or not they felt that social cohesion was taking place on board. And this was against the activity and daily logs that the ambassador was keeping. So we had great records of what was going on. We carried out exit interviews with all the ambassadors and had a roundtable discussion with them at the end of the project. and also had an activities focus group. And this data gave us 5 key activity themes, those being sport, food and drink, other entertainment, technology, and also relaxing, calming type activities. I just wanted to say that all the photos that you'll see in this presentation have been taken directly from the project, and some of them are really lovely. So social interaction, we're thinking about 3 R's essentially. The first part of that is the rest and reset. As seafarers spend most of their working and social lives almost exclusively on board, particularly during COVID, this has been a real benefit, being able to interact together and take their minds away from what is happening on board. And this reset is really important for recuperation from a working environment. Also, the relationship side of this, bringing people together by arranging activities, can provide opportunities for people to interact. It helps break the ice, for example, with new joiners, and helps people to get to know each other outside of a work environment. A lot of seafarers only spend 1 contract on board before moving on to another vessel and another contract. So getting to know people can be quite a transient aspect of seafaring. So this social interactions through whatever method is really, really important. And we found that it helps to build trust and familiarity when people get to know each other. They become more motivated, and there is a more caring environment because people understand each other better and they look out for each other. And this provides a more safe environment to work in, but also because you know someone better, you can also recognize warning signs if someone is not at their best or maybe feeling a bit fragile, and it's easier to intervene if that's necessary. So these safer behaviors become really important and a key benefit of social interaction. So it supports mental health and has knock-on safety benefits. And we bring that back to food. As we know, food and drink is a daily necessity. Everyone needs to do it, but it can be much more than that. It also provides the opportunities for people to get together, even during the most busiest of schedules. And that opportunity means talk, means getting to know one another, and hopefully sometimes relaxing as well. Much needed opportunity to do that. Management can make much of meal times if they want to. It can be a spontaneous gathering, just getting people together for a cup of coffee can be really important. And it doesn't have to take very long to organise these kind of events. It can make quite a difference to the mood on board. When you think about most vessels these days, they have multicultural crews on board. In our trial vessels, we had a minimum of 3 different nationalities on board ships that were participating, and a maximum of 9 different nationalities. And this provides quite a difficult task for the chef, who needs to think about maybe the cultural and religious accommodation of foods in that, and also just the food preferences with those different nationalities. So the cook has a very important role on board, and potentially a very difficult one. But with some creativity and skills, these mealtimes can be very significant. They can become occasions and celebrations. But access to a variety of food is really important to maintain physical and mental health. So during the sim trials, we observed there were many observations about how food could be used to bring people together and lift the mood. And these log extracts on the right-hand side demonstrate some of those. Many of the participating vessels recorded celebrations of various special occasions on board. These could include birthdays, becoming first-time fathers, religious festivals, the Day of the Seafarer, for example. Often celebrations involve special activities like throwing a party, singing karaoke, or even baking a festive cake. The celebration of special events provides the opportunity to bring people together and to take part in something more enjoyable. There's obviously planning elements, not just finding the right ingredients and making sure that's on board before you leave, and the budget elements, but also planning can involve and engage more of the crew. If it works well, you can get people involved with preparing meals or thinking about menu plans, and that becomes an activity in itself. So there's a lot that can be done in terms of that. Additionally, adding food and drink treats to any activity will turn it into more of an occasion. For example, popcorn with a film night or pizza with a televised sporting event. And acknowledging again the special or cultural occasions with a cake or party food can help people feel special, valued, and encourage others to gather for that celebration. Barbecues are particularly popular in the vessels that we looked at, and this is the crew here having a barbecue in good weather, it looks like, and it also means barbecues mean that the cook has less to do for a change. One of the things that is really necessary to emphasize is the importance of strong empathetic leadership. It's really important that active engagement from leadership sets the culture on board that's conducive to allowing people to do these activities, almost providing permission for that to happen, for the crew to have fun during their rest time. It's often down to the onboard culture that these activities can take place, and this is established mainly by the master, but also the other senior officers on board. Here we have a lovely picture of a chef, in this case it happens to be the captain as well, and she recognized in this situation that the crew were very tired. They'd had a week of back-to-back port calls. They were a bit demoralized, and she invited them all to have dinner together, the ratings and the officers, and even prepared some of the meal herself, as you can see here. And it went down very well, as you can see from the quote, and made quite a difference to morale and camaraderie on board. The following tables give you a sneak preview of the section of the yet unpublished SIM Phase 2 report. They're an excerpt from the recommendations and guidance part of the report, which focuses in this case on food. You can see here that it tells you about the conditions required, good weather, for example, or the space that you'll need for it, and the type of facilities and the preparation time. And all these activities have come from the SIM project itself. They've been really interesting to see some of the suggested ideas of things that were taking place. There's a few more down here, and we hope to develop these year on year with the help of other seafarers in times to come. So just to summarize briefly, food and drink promotes social interaction. It's one of the easiest ways to get people together. It doesn't have to take very long to do this. You don't need very much space, and people do it every day anyway, so why not make it more of an occasion? You can use food and drink for celebrations, competitions, even a reward. So it's a great way to get people together. The importance of strong empathetic leadership needs to be emphasized again, and the benefits rest around the reset, allowing people to recover, if you like, from work and take their minds off work for a bit, but also the really important benefits of positive strengthening and developing positive relationships on board, which lead to the safer outcomes. I'd like to leave you with contact details. Firstly, mine. If you have any questions, do get in touch. But also to draw your attention to ICE1's 24/7 helplines. They provide multilingual support and guidance to seafarers and their families in need. Thank you very much for your attention.
I remain firm. Prioritize the cadets. There are multitudes of graduates who are in dire need of placement as cadets, but they are not able to embark to have their first taste of sea life. They took interest in taking up maritime studies, only to be faced with not being employed after graduation, or to be eaten by the diabolical backer system, or to pay under the table just to be on board. Where does this leave us? I spoke with some cadets recently, and it is disheartening to hear firsthand from their experience how they were not able to be given a fair chance to be selected because of rampant and persistent faults in the system. They told me it thrives because there are people who are willing to settle for less than what they deserve. We know that there is a problem, but are we willing to address the problem regardless of the cost? Or would we just turn a blind eye at the expense of the future maritime professionals?
Well, I believe that for crew welfare and well-being, one of the key points that they should attend to is safety, as always. That's one of them. In all aspects of the job, from our way going to the ship, our whole stay on ships, and coming back home safely to our families. Obviously, pay can be better, always, because it's what makes everything possible. Better communication would be one very nice thing to keep it as easy as possible for crew members to communicate with their families, because that is a very big psychological help for people who are on board for long periods of time without their own willing. And the other would be to try as much as possible to maintain a more stable rotation program on crew changes, because it's been very difficult during this time to have crew changes on time, which through all programming of shipping companies from land to try and do the crew changes, and for the people on board themselves.
For me, the key priority for the shipping industry should be the crew needs, first of all, and after the free time. Nowadays, we try to minimum the officers on board, so we don't have too much free time. So this is keeping the welfare low.
So care for the well-being of the crew, for sure must be a key priority for the shipping industry. The health and the well-being of the seafarer is a strategic priority. Why strategic? Because if your crew on board is not mentally healthy, is not fit for the work, they will not do their best to carry on the job. So mental health and social well-being also should be this key priority inside the shipping industry. Moreover, we have this dangerous environment on board vessel who can give some stress, anxiety, and if we feel working in a happy place, it will help to improve ourselves on board.
There is a vast list of crucial actions that shipping industry should consider and place as a key priority in order to improve crew welfare, well-being, such as salary and easier communication of the crew with their families. However, one of the most important issues that I would like to highlight, and in my opinion become critical for the crew welfare, is the crew changes. Crew changes constitute one of the most important tools in order to protect the crew from fatigue and from making lethal mistakes that could have disastrous effects, not only to themselves, but also to their colleagues or even to the cargo itself because of the tiredness. We should bear in mind that it is a very stressful environment with a lot of responsibilities, and in order for seamen to be able to make the right decisions and remain productive and resilient, crew changes should become #1 priority of the industry when it is needed.
Well, the crew is the heart of any company, and knowing that the shipping industry has probably one of the most dangerous work environment, it should take real attention about the feedbacks that they are given from the crew in order to take action.
In recent years, the shipping industry has made significant progress regarding the well-being of the seafarers and life at sea in general. For example, I would like to highlight some very significant actions taken from my company, like the establishment of the office welfare team, which has been shouldered the whole project to improve the living condition and the overall health and wellness of the seafarers. The implementation of policies like anti-bullying, anti-bribery, anti-sexual harassment, workplace violence prevention at workplace, the 24-hour psychological support by specialists, and the provision of the free and the high-speed internet. Also, I am more than thankful and proud of the humanitarian support that my company provided to my family and my colleagues due to the current war in my country. I am presently speaking from the hotel in Romania, arranged and paid by the company, where I live together with my family and other 240 prime crew family members after fleeing our devastated homeland. Aside from my company's actions, which I wish they could be implemented on all vessels sailing the globe, I can further mention the strict monitoring of shipping companies that must comply with the MLC requirements, various campaigns initiated by concerned authorities who were focused on the seafarer's state of mental health and well-being on ships, etc. Nevertheless, every year the working condition when it comes to the increase of their workload and the lack of human resources significantly limit the ability of the crew to perform their immediate duties, which in turn significantly reduces the volume and quality of the work performed, as well as lowers the working moral and psychological state of the ship's crew. This applies to all positions, from rating to the top management of the vessel. The reasons are mainly related to the insufficient manning of the ships, the poor statutory training of seafarers, and the low quality control threshold when issuing working licenses to seafarers. Priority for the concerned parties should be the first to reconsider the manning requirements, capabilities of the ships, considering not only the type of the vessel, but also their age and conditions, and secondly, to tighten the quality control of the seafarers' education. In addition, when recruiting the multinational crews, ship owners should pay attention to the cultural component of the crew and the ability of the ship's management to understand this component. In practice, a standard error has been found, mixing the crew with nationalities that have completely different views on life and work, which in turn influence the spirit of the crew and as a result the well-being, safety and optimization of the work process. Priority to the ship owners is to be confident in the quality of cultural knowledge and the absence of cultural barriers of their crew to minimize the impact of the ship, crew, cargo welfare.
First of all, working in a safe environment. Secondly, I would say to be paid on time, of course. And crew changes on time. This requires an adequate number of standby crew. And of course, more terminals should allow crew changes. And of course, the basic needs such as food, rest, all this should be covered too.
I've said this once and I will say it again. The world is largely dependent on the works of the seafarers. At the onset of this pandemic, the world lulled to sleep. The roads became eerily silent, but not the seas. It remained in perpetual motion to deliver everyone their needs. I don't think people understand enough how difficult life at sea is. True, some may have the theoretical knowledge of the adversities, the insurmountable wave heights, the ravaging storms, the long working hours, and tough living environment. But not until they have embarked on a journey as a seafarer will they realize what these brave heroes are made of. We are 10% salt, 10% iron, 1% vomit, and are still 100% human being. Key changes: augment the gap in training to adapt on maritime technological advancements, increased remunerations and better living conditions, including access to shore leave and internet connection. As we advance towards autonomous ships, may we not forget the human factor of seafaring. In advocating for human rights, let no human be left behind, especially not even those at sea.
I would now like to believe that the lesson the industry has learned is that seamen are really resilient people, and that making it easier for shore personnel from companies to arrange for the timely crew changes of the people on board would be a big benefit in their mental capacity to continue with this job. Otherwise, it is very difficult for them.
What we learned from this pandemic is that the seafarer get involved and affected directly about COVID-19, the restriction for crew change. And we really don't want that to happen again anymore. We don't want to be affecting emotionally, and we need really a key change to be considered and to be supported as a seafarer, like to promote and to have a quality crew change protocol to enhance this well-being on board. So we see that nowadays some effort has been made with this Neptune declaration, and also this action team crisis made by the IMO. But I think all seafarers on board are not really aware of this implementation, and we should inform them like how to use this one. And also we need to be sure that we are working in a safely placed, safe environment. So if we face another crisis, pandemic, we need to be seen as a key person and to be able to have protection, medical assistance, and most of all for the mental health, to be sure that we can go home safely. Something like that.
Even though the COVID-19 pandemic has emerged as an unprecedented international humanitarian crisis, the shipping sector has shown great resilience through this pandemic as they continued undisrupted to transport food, energy, and medical supplies across the continents. However, during the pandemic, the industry failed completely to protect the seamen's rights and proved that it was unprepared to deal with such a big crisis. This pandemic has also highlighted a need for more guidance on how to manage crew welfare and mental wellness management. It is true that COVID-19 related travel and border restrictions and the widespread suspension of the international flights have significantly impacted the ability of ship operators to conduct crew changes. As a result, crew changes on merchant ships have been stopped for months, putting those on board at risk of depression and even injury. A key step in resolving the ongoing crew change crisis and ensure the crew welfare constitute the IMO's initiative to designate seafarers as key workers in order to facilitate shore leave, safe and unhindered movement across the borders. Another point worth mentioning is that the industry should consider to focus more on opening constructive feedback with the crew in order to discuss on the problems they face, try to understand them, and not only impose new regulation, which will just add more manuals and checklists. The seamen need to feel the support again from the industry and that someone does actually defend their rights.
From the pandemic, we have learned something that we haven't talked about in the shipping industry, that is about the mental health. This is something that during the pandemic, we saw that have affect us a lot. And, I think that this is something that we must take care of.
In my opinion, the maritime industry has learned the main lesson from the pandemic, which is a huge gap in the control of the mental health of seafarers and the absence of any standard for quality control of the mental state, psychological stability, resilience, the ability to self-regulate seafarers, etc. All the aforementioned in turn affect significantly the performance of the cargo vessels and as a result, the owning companies. All my ideas and goals have always aimed at improving the lives of the seafarers on board. We have to focus in creating standards and requirements for the cadets who want to be seafarers in order to radically change the well-being of the crew in post-pandemic era and for the years to come. Development of the procedures, rules, processes for the selection and control of the future seafarers can be within 3-5 years with proper scientific-based support, the foundation of the future pool the seafarers educated with consideration and corrections of the previous mistakes.
Working with all these restrictions that the pandemic caused, it's a difficult task, not only for the crew, but also for the shore personnel, of course. And we all learned that being patient was the key to deal with this situation. So the crew has to be prepared not only physically, but also mentally. Mental health is one of the most important factors for having a safe and a reliable crew on board. And I guess today, together with the physical health and all required certifications that the seafarers should have, mental health is one new requirement that is needed too.
Zoom a little closer to crew well-being, and there resides the young generation. Another key on attracting them is to uplift the quality of well-being on board. Think about it. With internet being available on board, they will still feel part of the civilization, eliminating what they often call FOMO, or fear of missing out. Internet has been the only gateway of seafarers to the outside world, especially now that shore leave is limited. Well, it is a great win that the recent MLC amendments include new paragraphs about internet. May the implementation be as good as it is in paper.
Well, life on board is not as hard as it used to be. That is my experience. Many things to do on board nowadays. Communication is better, but with room for improvement, that is for sure. What the industry needs are more new people, because it is a evolving industry. So that obviously needs new minds, new mentality, but keeping the wisdom of the old. It's a well-paying job for today's standards. On the subject of women on board, I would have to say that it would be something women should really think about and consider before they would join, for the only reason that it's a very demanding job, and I can only imagine that trying to start a family with a key person in the family, like a mother, leaving and not being at her house for months on, would be very difficult. So that's one point they should really think about. Other than that, I believe they are very capable and sometimes even better than men in organizing stuff.
In this question, I think a lot of people are afraid this industry, this work, because of the piracy, I don't know. Also, they should keep the salaries in good place and high, so they will be attracted more. And assure the people that this work is safe and we are okay. Everything is good now on board.
Okay, so my suggestions will be just to be aware that when you join a vessel, like you want to work inside this challenging environment, but what can give motivation is to reward any sailor. So this rewarding environment is really important. And by rewarding, it's also like to be sure that we have organized crew change for sure. But also like if those possibilities cannot be achieved, that we can have any money compensation or to counteract the facts. Also also rewarding with promotion if you do a great job and some stuff like that. This also to attract more people, you have this travel opportunity. When I started sailing, like it was still possibilities to go ashore, but now we see with the pandemic there is nearly no occasions for shore leave, and if countries can change some rules to make things easier, like this is really like important when you're on board, if you can go a little bit, take fresh air, just to change mind. And also when you sign on and off, to visit a little bit any country. So this travel opportunities that are amongst the advantages of a seafarer job should be still in progress. Also to attract more people, you have this internet issues. It's like, I know this is now developing, but we still not have on every company like a full connection of internet to be able to contact and make video with families.
It is proven that shipping industry is one of the most demanding industries in the whole world. For that reason, it is very difficult to attract young women and men to join. In this respect, I believe that there are some key points that can make the seamanship to be more attractive towards the new generation. First of all, a great incentive will be the increase of the salaries. Furthermore, key factor to attract young people will be the modernization of the marine academies, so to be in line with the new trends of the shipping industry. As social media and advertisement play an important role to young people's everyday life, it could be beneficial to upload videos explaining the benefits of joining life on board. Show images of the seaman's everyday life and interviews of people who are already on board and sharing their stories and experiences. Last but not least, it is important for both of genders to know that by choosing this job, they will have same opportunities for professional development.
Well, to attract more persons to go on board, I think the best option will be shorter contracts. It's not possible to have contracts from 6 to 8 months, being away from your family. If you reduce this amount of duration from contracts, I think that more people will like to join on board.
Well, I would say firstly, the daily challenges. Every day is a different day. Day by day, you learn something new. There is lack of routine, let's say. Secondly, the salary, of course. Thirdly, working with different culture is good for us. It motivates us, and also it improves our socialization. And nowadays, more women are coming on board. And this is a fact that life on board can provide all the necessary needs. For instance, we have even a female changing room these days.
I will reiterate my call last year during the Crew Welfare Week 2021. We are already sufficient with reading materials and circulars telling us to be resilient amidst these challenging times. We are growing tired of the empty thank yous we receive every after guidelines or press releases. Much has been said, but a lot more needs to be done. More than empty promises, we need action to bring us home and to ensure our future employment. Delayed repatriation is a major source of stressor nowadays. Flag administrations need to streamline their document processing methods to lessen undue delay of seafarers' documents. Unions and charitable associations need to be more visible in their support for seafarers. Ports can offer free Wi-Fi hotspots on their berths, since there is no chance of shore leave, and internet is the only gateway to the outside world. And shipping companies need to be assertive and proactive in finding ways for crew relief. A recurring question pops into my head. What if other shipping companies are just making this pandemic an excuse not to conduct crew change? This pandemic served as a springboard for digitization to speed up in the maritime. Meanwhile, it brought a humanitarian crisis in the face of the unresolved crew change dilemma. In our venture towards autonomous ships, have we already lost our humanity?
I would have to say that they should try as much as possible to try and facilitate and make easier for people who are on board to be able to take shore leave, which is something which in the last few years has been not been practiced, I would call it that. Obviously due to pandemic and all these things, but for somebody who's on board for a very long time, being able to leave, even for a very short period of time, their work environment and rejoin the rest of the world, even for a few hours, can be a very big psychological boost for them, and like battery charger, I would call it, for them to continue with the rest of their contract, hopefully keeping it in normal time span and not very, very long contracts.
My message is to be everyone okay, to respect crew needs and their willings. We have to work equal with everyone, to keep in mind their free time, and to have in mind that we need also time to speak with our families and our home. So we need free time, first of all, and to respect the contracts on board.
So, yes. So to improve the welfare of seafarers at sea, first of all, mostly important is this maintain and respect the crew change. With the facilitate this between charterer and operator, not to put any issues on the contract, to refuse any crew change during the voyage, and also to place sailors as priority for air connection, like to take plane to go home. This is really important. Second could be this internet for free or like a reasonable cost, and just to provide good communication with shore, and to keep mentally health with that. Of course, like I said before, this surely to be able to have a little work outside. And then about welfare, it could be to install more, for the welfare, maybe to give a little bit more budget for the crew, for let them make any leisure space that they like. I know on board we have this gymnasium and some library with TV, but maybe they can have like more space to put any basketball ground, or also a little bit space for gardening, and let place for more creativity on board. And also what we see nowadays in the industry is like a big company, they pass via professional, via application, where they promote this well-being of their employee. And why not to use the same thing on board? On board we have this safety training every week, so why not to introduce kind of well-being training with sports health program, leisure, free leisure time in our schedule, and stuff like that.
It is important to understand that seafarers are a vital element of the shipping world, and this pandemic has been a wake-up call to the industry stakeholders. It is certain that the industry needs to get closer to the seafarers, facilitate open discussions where seafarers will have the chance to discuss their problems, express their concerns, and make suggestions in order to improve their everyday life at work. The industry needs to make significant efforts and improve the current post-pandemic situation in order to win back the seafarers' rights and trust. At last, industry stakeholders should learn from this COVID-19 crisis and take all the necessary measures in order to ensure the well-being of the seafarers and avoid past mistakes which could lead to irreparable damage of the supply chain.
I think that the workload, now in the era that we are, that everything's online, they must reduce the workload. So we, the seafarers, don't have so much jobs and stress every time that we are going to the ports.
Well, mental health of the crew has to be considered as a key factor. The shipping industry should focus on improving this factor. This can be done with many ways. But firstly, and most important, is that more terminals has to allow crew changes. And also shore leave it's a good reason, because shore leave sometimes acts to the crew as a stress relief, and it's good. Another way is the internet, of course. Internet on board is becoming a must, and it's good for us to communicate with our families. And also sometimes the internet on board it's a bit problematic. So I would suggest, if it's possible, of course, in the most terminals, to have free Wi-Fi internet. Of course, this is prohibited for some LNG terminals for obvious reasons, but in some other terminals for cargo container ships, I would say it can be done.
So that's a wrap. We would like to thank you all for staying tuned within the course of the 3 days. We have planned, as I said at the opening, this is a huge event for us, more than 65 speakers, a net program in excess of 15 hours, 17 different sessions, a number of issues debated and discussed and presented as well. I would like to thank you all for staying tuned. I would like to thank all our partners, our speakers, our panelists, and of course our sponsors. As always, the feed, the stream is going to stay online, and you may revisit at your own pace and convenience at any given time in the future in order to validate or verify what is being said. So, as I said, it's a wrap. We would like to thank you all very much for attending. We have to close this event, as always, and we would like to ask you to check our program of events. We would like to see you in one of our future events. The next event is going to be Saved for Sea, scheduled for October. So stay tuned on the website for details on our forthcoming events. Thank you very much, and trust you found the program of value for you, your colleagues, and of course the industry in general. Thank you very much, and looking forward to seeing you in one of our future events.